Old Jungle Lightning, wherever that is, yes. I will bring combination materials for fire shots. May not even be necessary, to be honest. I'm going to not even bring normal shots. Because this thing should be fucking dead by the time I've used all my fire shots. It's a very simple monster. And we've got a fairly strong team. I will... Well, might not do it during the loading screen, might be a bit dodgy. I don't know if it actually affects the game's ability to load. If I bring up that settings screen. But yeah, this is why this gun is very good, or at the very least very entertaining and very enjoyable to use. You can see this loads a lot of fire shots. It's unreasonable. We've got some smoke bombs. I pray that he's not going to drop them during the hunt, because that's neither clever nor funny, nor... yeah, helpful in any way. He has dropped them during the hunt. Who is doing that? I'm happy to just remove them from the room if they want to keep doing that, seriously. Because it's stupid. It's the sort of thing that you may have found funny back in week 1 or 2 of playing Monster Hunter. I'd like to think we're all past that point now. I'd like to be hitting the face of the monster, but it's not always that simple. I do not have a shield attached, so... well, there is... did I just say something very stupid? There is no shield, is there? No. You don't have shields with heavy bow guns in this game. I don't think. Yeah, pretty sure you don't. Yeah. That's a very strange moment. That's like where you have a mental blank and you realise that you've been playing too many versions of Monster Hunter, and it's all starting to blend into one. They do have shields, really? I'd never use shields in this game. Like, ever. I only use my heavy bow guns with evade extender, or even in this case, without evade extender and just no shield, so there you go. I probably should heal, let's not be overly aggressive. But yeah, this particular loadout is appropriate for, well, this set of skills, this armor set, is appropriate for this weapon choice because it's using element attack up. The reload speed is probably unnecessary, but it works well enough. I probably don't need to reload as often as I am. Of course, in a game where auto-reload exists as a skill, unfortunately this gun is not as cool as it could be, to be honest. So, if you were to compare a strategy that involves using this gun with a regular gunner loadout to using auto-reload with the Lao Shan Lung heavy bow gun and flaming shots, it's almost... it's a hilarious comparison. One of them is exceptionally effective and the other is sort of decent. And I think you can guess which one is which in this comparison. I don't think I really need to combine for these shots, but I'm doing it anyway. Don't you leave this area. This is where the gunner shines, everyone. Except he's not shining very bright. It's a rather dull glimmer. That really was not how I wanted that to turn out. I was hoping that I'd come to save the day by shooting down the Kezu and forcing the quest to end sooner than the Kezu may have liked it to. But that definitely didn't happen. Yeah, my armor does look a bit bigger than my gun. At least my chest piece. Of course, it's black Gravios, and it is very much oversized. Just my gauntlet is the size of my gun. Yeah. The full armor set, the full Gravios armor set, whether it's standard or black, is so big. It's gigantic. And if you use it as a mixed armor piece, it just ends up totally eating up all the space of your other armor pieces. And it's absurdly larger than everything else. Ukanlos is another example. I guess a Cantor is big as well, but Ukanlos is really big. Of course, this is a Kezu hunt, so we do need to be patient. We need to wait for him to very slowly make his way to this cave, and then descend. As you can see, he flies fucking slowly. I'm currently being assaulted by great thunderbugs. I'm not sure what Saddam Hussein's doing, to be honest. But yeah, I use this loadout for fun. It is not even close to being the best way to shoot fire shots with a heavy bowgun in this game. Not even close. There we go, that is a dead Kezu, and I'd say the bomb did most of that work. Looks like a painful death, doesn't it? It's because it most likely is. How would you feel after being blown to pieces? Oh my god, I got a wyvern stone. Mum, get the camera. Okay, actually, Mum, get the camera. 2 consecutive wyvern stones. That's actually pretty cool. 3 in a row? Yeah, about that sarcastic Mum, get the camera. Seriously? Get the fucking camera. Oh my god. That's very uncommon to carve 3 wyvern stones consecutively, you have to admit. I don't think that's ever happened in my monster hunting history. How about that? You saw it here first, ladies and gentlemen. A miracle. Very cool gun visually, though. It's literally a cannon painted in the Pirate J colours. A very appropriate Pirate J weapon. But sadly, the sort of thing that you use with the understanding that it's not the most powerful weapon you could be using in your hunt. It's just for fun. That's pretty much all of the event weapons in this game, sadly. Not literally all of them, but many of them. There are exceptions to that, such as the Amezari event weapons. Basically the crab weapons. They're pretty good. Finally, scatterfish. Holy fucking shit. I don't have that much money in this game, so I'm not going to buy a huge amount of them. I'm going to see what I can get away with. Maybe 40? 40 is still going to be quite expensive for me, but let's just do it, man. 40 scatterfish. Oh, I'd better get 50, come on. Better get 50. Let's not be precious about this. Okay, let's get another quest involved. Or another quest ready, or on the go. Perhaps involved is a stupid word to use. Not AQ, fuck. I've already got a room. Seem to be struggling with these commands, hey? Saddam, Tifa, and Aval. I finally remembered his name without having to check it. Sandstorm Summoner. Fuck off. Stop giving me Diablos. Do I have a rapid ice bow is the question. I hope I do. Do I? I'm trying to remember. I have a pierce and scatter ice bow, I think, but I don't have a rapid ice bow. Wish I had one. I'm still working on my bows, unfortunately. Yeah, so that's my scatter ice bow, and that's my pierce ice bow. Unless if I had load up, or capacity up I should say, with a bow set, I'd be able to use that. I guess I could technically use... No, that's stupid. I've got reload +2 on this armor, so there's no way I'm using that with a bow. I don't have load up with any of my bow sets, so... yeah. Awkward. It effectively means that I have to use scatter, because I'm not using pierce on a Diablos. That's dumb. That doesn't feel very nice. Scatter is fine. Again, the bow weapon type was chosen for me by the random hunts command, and I'm happy to honor that, or rather, select a weapon pursuant to the command's choice, as it has been made for me, because it makes it a little more fun. Heroics? Oh, he has to use heroics now. No, I'm not. I couldn't be bothered. I may have scatterfish now, but I'm not in the mood. I'm really not in the mood. And I prefer to run heroics with 100 health as opposed to 150. Okay. Probably this, right? Sandstorm Summoner. Diablos once again. It's funny how these guys need to actually see what I'm posting on the board before they know what is going to be posted. Even though they all get pinged for it, don't they? No, they don't get pinged for it. I see. I would have to actually @message them for them to be pinged. Understood. Well, perhaps that was unfair of me to assume that they were being stupid. I still think that they're stupid, but no. I did think that they were being pinged for it, but it turns out that they are not being pinged for it. So it is acceptable that they're waiting to see what I'm posting. Hold on, I have some work to do. Not AQ, don't be ridiculous. Where are you? How many people are called Yudi in this fucking community? You've got an exclamation mark. Hold on. Exclamation mark, Yudi. Really making me work for this one, aren't you, motherfucker? Alright, what have we got? Here we go. Alright. Sorry, I just needed to... Oh! My work is not yet done. There you go. Now my work is complete. Sorry, while these guys are waiting for me to depart, I'm being a rather unpleasant individual in the chat. What is it that I'm missing? I'm definitely missing something in my inventory right now. Oh, I see what it was. It was my combination materials that I had expended in the previous hunt. I do actually want to bring coatings, let's not forget those. I seem to always forget those, as we know. I'm going to do a little better this time around for this Diablos hunt. Yamatori is reacting in this sort of way in the chat. A rather disingenuous reaction, if I may say. I don't even know what that acronym means, Yamatori. Not sure what Aval is doing, but he's probably organising his coatings, maybe? I don't know, it shouldn't take that long, surely. Ammunition for a bowgun I would understand, but generally the bow doesn't take that much time to get organised. Oh, SMDH stands for shaking my damn head. If it was, or rather if it were SMFH, that would make more sense because the F is just obvious. That would clearly be fucking, but D is a bit obscure. I don't like it, generally. I'll start with power coatings, that should be fine. I do enjoy Scatterbow, but for some reason I wasn't in the mood to use it against Diablos. I think part of the reason why is because I don't think I can just hip fire it all that comfortably with Diablos. I think I will have to aim it up a little bit. Monsters where I can just hip fire my Scattershot are the monsters that I enjoy using Scattershot on. But again, that's just going to awkwardly hit the legs and not perfectly either. That was a terrible shot of Scatter. Almost embarrassingly bad. See, I need to get a little closer again, I think. Just the distance that those arrows had to travel to reach the monster made it look like that was well out of critical distance. And it probably was. I really should be getting these on the tail, because the tail is really a good shot zone, as we all know. 'Tis common knowledge among second-gen players. It's basically lining up with the tail is probably best for Scattershot right now, or for my strategy. Oh, God, it's fucking close, isn't it? Don't stop moving till Diablos pops out of the ground. That is the best way to approach things. Don't do that. Fucking... Oh, for goodness sake. I don't even know what to say to that. I think I managed to sheath my weapon before. Oh, nice combo, hey? What would you have me do? Honestly. It was very nice of you to attempt to heal me, but there was nothing that could have saved me in that situation. That's the classic... Get hit by a tail while you're struggling with your camera because it's being unruly. Get roared at, and then get charged at before you can recover from the fucking roar. Nice combo. My favorite. What a joke. I'm not even willing to take responsibility for that death. At all. It was bullshit. I could have brought combination materials for power coatings, but I couldn't be bothered to do that sort of thing right now. I hope you can forgive me. I'd like to get at least some arrows into the tail. And that is what I'm doing. Well. You came in... on a highlight, P-Berry. Better not be in the pathway of the monster. I need to play a little more carefully now. Not really, I still have the same amount of health that I would have had last time, it's just I don't want to play stupidly. It looked as if they were already in combat with a monster. I don't think they were, but... I suppose we can find out. No, they were not. Were they anticipating that the monster was going to move here? Did I miss something? Or did they really pursue the monster that fucking quickly that it looked as if they were already in this area when Diablos entered it? I don't know. Yeah. Fuck off, you're too big for your own good, Diablos. I can't fucking roll out of the way of it. Are we gonna have this happen again, where you combo me with your stupid roar? Is this happening? It very nearly happened. Very nearly. Go away. Oh my god. I should be thanking my lucky stars that I'm still alive, by the looks of it. Nasty monster. Stupid roar combos. Someone was pinging for something. I don't know if that was for a trap or what. It doesn't seem like it was. Not sure what you're attacking, Tifa, but Yeah, now would be the time to try to evade the monster, and consequently you have taken a hit. Seemed like he was trying to hit Remobra in that moment, but that really was not a good idea. I'm struggling with my camera again. Sonic Bomb time if anyone has them. I do not, because as we have established, I never bring them, and seemingly regret it every time. So maybe it's about time that I improved my play of the game. Become, or rather, join the quest prepared. Raise the bar for yourself, Doomlink. Again, sort of feels like the arrow travel is a bit too great. You can just watch the arrows and how far they're having to travel before they hit the monster, and it just doesn't feel quite damaging. Even if you feel close to the monster sometimes. Yeah. You can get a sense for what's effective and what's not, and that does not look effective. Aval has fainted, I don't know how he died. It's just the monster running around as normal, but apparently that killed him. Diablos is just trying to get some exercise, and Aval is dead as a result. Fucking hell. Not really sitting comfortably in my chair. I'm now sitting slightly more comfortably in my chair, because I'm sure my comfort level is of great interest to all of you watching at home. And if you're not at home, then I suppose I'm not actually directing my words to you, and you should ignore what I've said. I don't know. Yeah, good for you. You gonna combo me with that? You very nearly fucking did. Very nearly fucking did. That would have been quest failure. And had that been quest failure, that would have been really bad, because we were that close to succeeding. When that happened? Nasty. Nasty stuff. Anyway. A good enough hunt, I suppose. I didn't actually need my close range coatings, which I suppose is good. Not a terrible hunt, but in terms of enjoyment level, not especially good. You know, much of the poor or lackluster enjoyment level would likely be attributable to the fact that we are fighting our second Diablos, and I didn't even particularly want to hunt one of them. So, yeah, hopefully we can avoid future Diablos hunts. I'm really not a fan of this monster. Even though I need to kill Diablos to get his materials, specifically his horns, I just don't want to do it. Actually, I don't need standard Diablos materials anymore. I made a bow that I got a stout warped horn, but I don't need it anymore. What I need are the Black Diablos equivalents of what I just got. Anyway, yeah, I made the bow that I wanted to make using the standard Diablos materials that I needed in the past. And I can't remember whether or not I had remarked upon that on camera in the past. I'm really digging through these ancient potions. I think I may have even combined for ancient potions on camera not that long ago. But anyway. Saddam, Tifa, Aval. Terra Shogun Cyanator. Enjoyable enough. I'm not especially complaining. try and move this microphone in a position where I don't have to keep moving my mouth to fucking speak into it. I am literally in a position where I can... or it is within my gift to position the microphone wherever I so please, and yet I keep leaning towards it or moving my head awkwardly to speak into it. It is utterly absurd, and I'm sick of it. I need to get a grip. Alright, I have had the lance selected for me. My Thunder Lance, I believe, is the Rajang Lance. It was at one time the Kirin Lance on a previous version of the character that I'm using now. But I decided that I'm not a fan of that lance after all. I'm using the Demon Lance Rajang. A respectable lance, and a pretty cool looking one as well. It's got a very rugged look to it. Perhaps not rugged, it's... there's another word that I'm looking for. Oh, there is a word I'm looking for. What is that? I'm not even going to use that word. No, I'm not going to use that word. Anyway. I'm already referring to a phallic object. I don't want to make it more suggestive than it needs to be. By using words such as the one that came to mind. Anyway. I think it's a G2 quest. Dark Shelled Cyanator. I don't even think the shell's all that dark. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm being unnecessarily... I guess cynical, maybe? Looks like Tifa is running the Kirin Lance. A perfectly fine weapon, there's nothing wrong with it. Oh, why am I using this? This is ridiculous, hold on. Oh, sorry, I thought I was using my high-grade earplug set for some reason. No, this is definitely the set that I want to be using this weapon with. Okay, we can relax now. I just got a flash of the chest piece that I'm wearing, and I used the same chest piece for my high-grade earplug set, so I suddenly thought that I was using that, but that's not what's going on, fortunately, because that would make no sense. I do play on the emulator. There is no good reason to play on a PSP these days. It's a less comfortable experience, by far, than playing on a controller on a PC, and it's going to look considerably worse if you're recording it as well. There is absolutely no benefit to using a PSP, except to play portably, which I can respect. If people want to take their PSP on the bus in the year of 2022 and play Monster Hunter on it, that's great. Take it to work, do whatever you want to do, but that's not how I play Monster Hunter anymore. I'm quite happy to have a stationary experience with my weapon. Not with my weapon, with my game. I was going to mention the weapon Hussein is using and the fact that almost no one uses it. I believe it's the Copper Blangonga gun lance. I don't think I've seen a person use that in years. It's just, it actually goes unused. Almost as if it doesn't exist, but it clearly does. I don't know if we can expect to get a fourth person, a third person besides myself, but perhaps I could go looking around. I don't know if we can expect Aval to return. Aval was not a person that I could really communicate with. I don't even know if that's the guy. To be honest, this fourth slot is open to anyone who wants to take it. Current hunt is... what is it again? It's weak to Thunder, Doomlink. What is it? What's that music? Do 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 do. Fuck off, Deca. Hold on. Exactly. The point is he's not coming. He does that to trick you. It's mildly funny. It used to be funny because it actually would trick you. And then it started to get a bit annoying, because it's like, just shut up. And now it's funny because he's still doing it, all these months later. Anyway. I don't know what this guy's comparing it to. It's quite weak considering that it lacks a counter, and it's considerably nerfed from Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter G. I mean, his impression... Look, I'm not going to dog his impression of the Lance in 2nd gen, but it's actually the opposite to what he perceives. What he said, as you can see, is the Lance is stupidly strong in this generation, in my opinion, but that's a really misinformed opinion, because it's less dynamic and less functional than 3rd and 4th gen Lance, because it doesn't have the freedom to block attacks during a combo. That's a huge thing to lack if you're going to compare it to later generations. And if you compare it to the first 2 games, Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter G, it's much, much weaker. There's a reason why headlocking was such a thing in the PS2 Monster Hunter games, the 1st gen PS2 Monster Hunter games. It's because the Lance was very, very strong. So, anyway. Maybe he will explain why he felt that. Oh, here we go. Okay, but there's more to the Lance than that. It's not just raw damage being dealt. Oh, Yell's joined. He's asking if I'm sure. Well, just him saying that has caused me to suddenly reevaluate this the point that I've made. Not. My point still stands, and he can either agree or disagree with it. Anyway, yes, I'm very sure the Lance is at its worst in 2nd gen comparatively speaking, but it's still functional and it works fine for me. Anyway, I am going to... Oh, the Discord is not private, it is Hunsterverse. I will type it. It's Hunsterverse. It requires a sign-up process, which I would advise you to undertake before joining it. And, yeah. It's a good enough place. It's good if you want to play with people in the older games. It's nice in that sort of way. I'm not going to comment on the quality of the community at this stage. There is a very small community of people playing 3 Ultimate on Citra, yes. It's probably... Look, to be honest, there are not many communities of people on Discord playing 3 Ultimate on Citra. There's probably a small handful of them. But yes, Hunsterverse does have a small group of people playing that game. Just don't expect to come into the chat and immediately have people to play with. You're probably not going to have anyone to play with. It's just people who are playing the game, mostly solo, I think, and are talking about it. They're not really coordinating hunts. Sad as it is to say. But, yeah. To be honest, 3 Ultimate on Citra is so visually offensive that I'm almost okay with it. What is this DXD that you keep sending? I keep thinking of high school DXD every time you write that. Is that supposed to be a face? Anyway. DXD. I mean, if you'd rather watch high school DXD than this live stream, you're welcome to, and perhaps you wouldn't be blamed for it. But, anyway. I should check my live stream, yes. Just wanted to make sure that I didn't have my chat up on Discord covering the game. It's possible, if I ever do that accidentally, it will be very frustrating, because I would imagine that no one would tell me. What? Okay, so your apparently XD the face is cooler when you add an additional D in front of the XD. but it ceases being a face at that point. N10's reaction to it is also appropriate. Hello, says N10, yeah. I'm going to keep my shield raised. As far as the game that is most often played on Hunsterverse, it's probably Freedom Unite. It goes back and forth between Portable Third and Freedom Unite. But generally speaking, it's mostly a Portable Third Freedom Unite sort of server. There are a small number of people also playing Freedom 1, a very, very small number of people playing Freedom 2, and there are also channels for 3 Ultimate and 4 Ultimate, as well as Double Cross / Generations Ultimate. There are also people who emulate Monster Hunter Generations and play that, but they don't really have a proper community in Hunsterverse to facilitate discussion between them. Where the fuck are you? There you are. Bloody orange crab. You see, the Freedom 2 channel was doing okay before the server shut down. That just honestly killed it. The server had to shut down for maintenance for a period of time, and that was like the nail in the coffin for that channel. Which was a shame, but... I mean, some may argue that it was dead before then, but... I don't know, there's definitely a community of people who play that game, but... I suppose there's not enough to keep it alive. Not in a meaningful sort of way. And I'm also past the point where I really want to play it. I already did mention 4 Ultimate. Yes, there is a channel for it. Mihu Cat. There aren't that many people playing there either, but... They do occasionally coordinate hunts, I think. As far as I'm aware. You see, he does... Seanator does swing his claw forward as he digs out of the ground, so I do try to avoid that as I go in for the attack, following the burrowing out of the ground animation. A very quick hunt, because at the end of the day, Seanator versus a group of 4 well... equipped hunters really stands no chance. No chance whatsoever. Probably should have broken the claws, but whatever. I will carve you, actually. It's good for money. Good for selling the materials for money, that is. Someone's dropping smoke bombs again. I have no qualms about smoke bombs being dropped as long as it's not during the hunt, quite frankly. Again, I have to stress that no one ever uses the Copper Plank Gonga gunlance. You just don't see it. It's probably quite strong. And it makes me wonder how it matches up to other raw gunlances. I don't know what other raw gunlances there are. That may really be the only appropriate one to use if you were so inclined to go raw gunlance. I'm trying to think of other possible choices. The thing is, if people are going for non-elemental gunlance, usually they just go for popcorn because that's very high shot damage, but... I don't know. There may be some value in having high damage on thrusts as well with the gunlance, but I don't really think so because the gunlance is kind of weak in this game. I think you're boosting the damage of what is essentially a weak weapon. Oh, excuse me. So we've got Saddam, Tifa, and Yells. What have we got? Wag the dog. More crabs. Okay. And I have had Hunting Horn selected for me. So, Thunder Hunting Horn then. What is that again? What is my Thunder Hunting Horn in this game? I hope I have one. I should. I hope I have one. I'm trying to remember it, but I really can't. I should. Brute flute. I completely forgot about you. I never use this fucking thing. The brute flute. It's got a very funny name, you have to admit. What am I doing? This is not the armor set that I want to use in conjunction with this weapon type. It's a very loud motor vehicle being driven by someone who is in desperate need of attention and something to compensate for that which is severely lacking between his legs. Alright. Brute flute. It's definitely brutish. Just look at it. It's also got tentacle-like tubes coming out of it. Ew. Okay. This will be, presumably, an event quest. Let's find it. The Big Daddy. Yeah, Daddy. Punish me. Pure white feline is the client. Anyway. Expunge the funk. Yeah, to be honest, I would take great pleasure in expunging Kongalala from existence. From the face of this fucking video game. Where is this quest? Oh god. Must be around here somewhere. You can't come after these quests, give me a break. Where is it then? What is this quest? It's called Wag the... Oh, it's G1. Wag the dog, what the fuck? I didn't even know that there was a quest called Wag the... Why is it called Wag the dog? My grandfather stumbled on a fight between two famous warriors. They say that it's the dream of a warrior to die on the battlefield, but not by their own hands. Please go and help them. Okay. I sort of get it now, but still. Can't say I like the name of the quest. Doesn't matter. What's done is done. The quest name was chosen for the translation many moons ago. There's no use fretting about it now. What am I missing? I hate it when this happens. I literally sit here wondering, what could be missing? What on earth would exist between Ancient Potion and Hot Drink that I don't have? Psychoserums, that's what it is. Well, I can live without them. I'm gonna have to. What I can't live without, however, is my Hunting Horn song sheet. I'm gonna get it up. You heard me. I'm gonna get it up. I can say it one more time, but I don't need to. Because I think it is now no longer funny. Monster Hunter Freedom Unite Hunting Horn music sheet. It's already typed out for me, because I've already searched for it in the past. No, I don't want the Monster Hunter wiki, I want the GameFAQs page. You know, the page that's actually helpful. Brute Flute. It is PGR. Got attack up large, defense up large, and that's probably all I'm going to play. I could play recovery speed up large, but it's more effort than it's worth to play, so I'll just alternate between attack up large and defense up large. Purple, red, 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 green, red. So really the best way to do it is to do attack up large and then use the last red note of attack up large to then move into defense up. So you play attack up large, then do green red, because defense up large is the notes red, green, red queued up, so you can basically chain the songs, etc, etc. You know how that works. I hope you are now more informed than you were before, and we're now going to play the game. Thank you, Doomlink, says my audience. The GameFAQs of all time, says Ghastly Tal. Yeah. The English of all time. Oh, what are you doing? Come on. Tal, I don't think you've actually joined me for a Freedom Unite or even a first gen or second gen recording before. Welcome to Old Monster Hunter, man. And welcome to Old Hunting Horn. You have many times? You fucking sure? I guess I wasn't paying attention. Anyway. No, I find it to be noteworthy for the reason that... Oh. You haven't been active in the chat? Okay. I just find it noteworthy because you're a modern Monster Hunter player. Modern in the sense that you... I think you started in 5th gen or perhaps 4th gen, but you mostly have been going backwards from 5th gen. Plum is over here. But yeah, anyway. You started in 4th, okay. Well, anyway. I'll do self-improvement to start with because Tifa's not even here to take advantage. Actually, come to think of it, Plum Damia Hermitory isn't even weak to water, so I probably would have been better off using some other hunting horn, to be honest. Like the Tigrex hunting horn, or the... well, more like the Nagakuga hunting horn, to be honest. I'm not much of a Tigrex hunting horn guy, I prefer the Nagakuga one, but... yeah. I don't know what Tifa's doing, and to be completely honest, I think I'm just going to ignore him. Oh, I see. He's fucking soloing something. The something being the other monster. Wait, no, I want to do this. Come on. See, I'm using hunting horn so that I may benefit 3 hunters, not 2. You muppet. Anyway. How do you watch old gameplay all the time and yet still not play the older games? What's wrong with you? I need an explanation for this. No, I want to do... no, just trying to remember how to play Old Hunting Horn, sorry. Alright, fine, I'll do this then. God. No, I want to do fucking defense, man. No, I need to start with red. Do red. I'm hitting the monster, look at me. No, that's fucking purple. Don't leave the room. I'm playing my music. For your benefit, not for mine. Don't leave the room! Saddam Hussein has left the room. What a ballsack. Alright. Now he comes back after having aimlessly left the area. Anyway. My eyes hurt for some reason. It's been a long day, as they say. Well, I can play the attack song again. It'll reset the timer for the people who have already been affected by it. And indeed, it will allow what's-his-face, Tifa, to reap the benefits of it. There we go. I'm prioritizing attack here because I don't think this monster's going to last very long. At least this monster's weak to thunder. That's a good start. I may as well aim for the claw. Seeing as those right here. The monster's dead. Well, that was an extraordinarily enjoyable hunt. It was over very quickly, and I wasn't really able to use the hunting horn in the way that I prefer to use it. Id est boosting the damage of all teammates, as opposed to 2 out of 3. Yes. But whatever. My neck. I just got bitch slapped in the face by a cat paw. And I'm strangely okay with that. I may as well organise the next hunt. What we got, or rather, what we gonna get? Please be something good. Oh, fuck off. Here we go. The extraordinary wisdom that led to this fucking implementation is so beyond my comprehension that I'm just going to have to sit here and accept it for what it is. Oh, yeah. This was someone's bright idea. Someone sat up all night and had a fucking epiphany at 4 AM and went, we could have a cooldown on the random hunt command. Remember when I mentioned that I should have that separate camera where I can switch to the camera and it's pointing at a wall and then you can just see me put my head through the fucking wall? Yeah. This is one of those situations where I would love for that camera to exist. Seriously. I have to wait for... I mean, I'm the person. And Arx is fucking rubbing salt into my wound. Re-roller. Yeah, that's exactly the situation, isn't it? That's exactly the situation. I'm the person who's doing the random hunt quest rolls here. So it's awkward to have to ask someone else to do it, you know? Random hunt. Saddam Hussein, Tifa, yells. Has it fucking cooled down yet? If it hadn't cooled down, I just would have spammed the fuck out of it and I don't care anymore. Anyway, so that's done. Hallelujah. You know, you do things a certain way for years, right? And then for no reason, it changes. For no reason. To combat no... Perhaps it was combating some sort of trend to spam rerolls. I don't know. But I'm not a fan. Generally, not a fucking fan. What was selected for me? It was Greatsword to use against Kezu, which is a little bit rough, but I can live with that. I'm a big boy, I can handle what I've been given today. We'll use the Teostra del Sol, and I do need to swap out a decoration, because my skills are not actually up to snuff right now. That is because I only have one. I'm actually speeding that up if you're wondering why it's suddenly moving very fast. I use this headpiece on 2 loadouts, 2 armor sets that is, and they do not complement one another very well. So I need to do this every fucking time. Welcome to Freedom Unite. Alright, happy with that. No, this is, excuse me, we do not want Teostra del Sol. This is Red Kezu, Doomlink. I'm glad that I fucking woke up to myself and realized that I was using a weapon that would have been thoroughly inappropriate. We want the Plesioth Wave Blade. My purple Plesioth sword. Why is this purple? Can someone explain this to me? There is no purple Plesioth. And quite frankly, I'm glad that there isn't. Plum Plesioth. But seriously, why is it this color? There would have been a time when I would also say, why does the Kirin armor set become purple as well? But now we know, oh, Orochi Kirin. But in the past, admittedly I didn't question it in the past because I didn't care, but, you know, it was just purple, well, you lived with that. But, you know, I could have just as easily questioned that as well. So I guess that means that there's a plum Plesioth somewhere out there in the world. Somewhere in the archives of Capcom exists a fucking plum Plesioth. PP, we affectionately refer to it as. Red Kezu. It's G1, I believe. Red Kezu. Red shadow in the snow. Yeah. Thanos is literally begging people to join his room so that he can get their bonus. You know, there is the temptation to just sit here and talk about how sad this person is. But I won't. Because he's actually so embarrassing that it's not worth developing the point. I think who he is as an individual speaks volumes without me needing to make any point on that. I think it's very clear. But anyways, doesn't matter. For those who don't know the person, he really is an embarrassment to the community. In so many ways. Oh. I'll leave that there for you. I'm not interested. I've got my greatsword, please flinch. I tried. I did what I could. I don't particularly want to get an impact on the wing. The legs or face is what I really want. Oh, that was good. That was essentially what I was hoping for last time. Got a fucking level 3 on the wing. I'll get in position for the face. Although that's not all that helpful. For that reason, the face doesn't stay in that position. So I just got a draw slash on it. Because I was in that moment determined to hit that face. Well, I could have gone for a level 3 there. Was not anticipating a damage threshold being reached. Hussein is using the Tigrex gun lance. One does not often see that. Yells is using my water lance of choice. Oh. Ugh. I would have taken the damage even if I had flinched Red Kezu in that moment. Yamatori is discussing in the chat the fact that he wanted to be what's called an autopsy technician. I didn't know that they were referred to as technicians. I was under the impression that they were affectionately referred to as the emotionally disturbed. But, that's fine. Autopsy technician, I suppose, would be the official term, in the same way that garbage men are... what? Resource managers? Something like that. But, yeah. Autopsy technician. I believe it's an offshoot of pathology, isn't it? Maybe not. It's not like every person who's in pathology is going to be working with a dead body. It's just, it's an offshoot of it, you know. I don't know, I assumed that the word pathology would be involved, but apparently autopsy technician is a job description. Anyway. Autopsy's a good band, though. Severed Survival's a good album. And the one, I think the one from 91. I think it was either 1990 or 91, I don't know. You find it fascinating to see human body organs. Have you ever let that fascination... I'm not even gonna... No. You understand where I was gonna take that. I wish I had Psycho Serums right now. I know where you're going anyway, Kazu. You're not stopping here, I know that for sure. No, Yamatori-san is one of those people who, as a child, would literally kill small animals and dissect them out of curiosity. Which, incidentally, happens to be the childhood fantasy of many people who kill for pleasure. Just a coincidence? Just a coincidence, nothing more. There you go, there's our knockdown. Okay, you didn't dissect animals as a child, I understand. It was a mischaracterization. I apologize. You're not a serial killer. I'm sorry. And I've just been informed that Yamatori-san's grandparents were parents. So I do feel more informed than I was at the start of the day. But anyway. My grandparents were parents. Mine too, buddy. Mine too. Right there with you, mate. Anyway. This is one of the rare occasions when I wish that I could actually show my Twitch chat on the stream. Just to really hit it home. But I think it's well understood what's been going on. And that's a dead Kezu. I'm glad, because it really drags on if we let Kezu fly away. As I'm sure you can appreciate, he just fucking flies and doesn't stop flying for a while. So I'm glad we got that done when we did. Another thing that I will never understand is why they refer to certain parts of the red Kezu as alluring body parts. Alluring wing. There's nothing alluring about it. It may be red. Okay. Maybe that's slightly more alluring compared to, say, a pale grey wing. But it's a body part of a monster. It might be alluring to Yamatori-san in my chat, but it's not alluring to regular people. Like, I'm not going to look at this disgusting severed Kezu wing and go, ooh, that's quite nice. Like, no, it's not alluring. Why is it described in those terms? It's disgusting. The name shortenings you're referring to, Tal, has to do with the translation. The way things were translated was not actually edited to the same extent as translations in later games. They actually have a character limit, the translation team. They can't go past a certain number of characters. It needs to fit within that space. So to fit within the character limit, I don't know what it is, they actually need to shorten things. And that's basically the reason why. They didn't have a character limit in the later translations because the translations were more professional. They were editing game files to a greater extent than they were in the older games. In the older games, they were rigidly, I suppose, I can't think of the word. They were being prevented from going past a certain character limit. You have to understand that the number of characters required to express something in Japanese is very different to English. So, yeah. That's why things were very awkwardly shortened in Old Monster Hunter. Okay, let's get our next quest organized. There we go. No. But fine. We have just been given Congalala, and I've just been given Bow to use against Congalala. I'm really not impressed with that turn of events, but I may have a rapid fire bow. In fact, I do. It's my Teostra bow. There's no need to make ridiculous faces. You've already got it equipped, Doomlink. Look how convenient it all is. It all slots into place as if it were meant to be. The courageous dream. Yes. A dream of dreams. And ultra lucky cap. This is your day to shine, Doomlink. The stars are aligning, etc., etc. Now, I don't particularly want to hunt this pink monkey bastard, but these are the cards I've been dealt today. G1, presumably. What's the quest called again? Fucking pack attack. With Pendek is here. Hello, Pendek. More like Pindick. Get the fuck out of my room. Who invited you? Pindick. Nice loadout. I won't deny that, but who the hell invited you? I'm going to make sure that Tifa is coming back because I'm not going to kick this guy before confirming that Tifa does intend to continue hunting. That would be rather awkward to kick him and then it's like, oh, by the way, I'm not coming back. Happy to kick this person. Very happy to do so. I just imagine someone sitting on a couch with a can of tiger beer going, Pendek! Pendek! That's what I imagine when I see this name. You know, some undisclosed Southeast Asian phrase. Pendek! One more, then I'm done. Upside down smiling face. Okay. Vote to kick. Pindick. Pendek 87? No, that's why does what? Why is that your name? Why do you have hash 87 in your name? What? Why? Are you here? Are you? Oh, he left. He must have been apprised of the fact that he's not welcome. Come. Anyway. Pendek. Tifa made it in. A message was sent on my server. What is it? Peaberry sincerely apologizes for being dragged away from the live stream for something seemingly more important than watching me. Okay, I have to show this. This is quite funny. this interaction right here. I like that. Anyway, I very much like that. All right, let's go. Let's get out of here. In fact, I need coatings. Let us not forget. My precious coatings. Alright. Close range coating. Sorry, did I say close range? I meant close range. Yeah, close range. We have established that things are being shortened here. Alright. Good old... Oh, I was hoping power coding had been shortened in some way, but sadly not. It's just not fun anymore, is it? Alright. What are we hunting again? Congalala. Oh. I have to hold in my dinner. Just at the mere mention of the name of the monster. Look, I'm not a fan of monkey monsters, okay? I'm not a fan of monkeys in general, I should hasten to add. It's not just a monster-related dislike, it's, you know, a general hatred of monkeys that leads me to hate Congalala and Congalala derivatives. Look at the size of this Congalala, oh my god, he's huge. Don't breathe, you disgusting creature. How is his breath so disgusting that he can actually just breathe on you and it gives you full stench effect? Can we just appreciate that getting effectively shat on is full stench effect? And yet him breathing is equivalent to that. It's disgusting. What a foul beast. Okay, that was a mid-air flinch, which looked slightly delayed due to network-related complications, but Tifa is using the old tried-and-true ham on a stick. Ham on a bone, I should say. Used it a bit in Generations Ultimate in my Joke Weapon Roulette series. It was called the Hamageddon. Someone was being rather charitable and decided to drop a deodorant for me to make use of, which I was quite happy about. You could tell from the glee on my face once that deodorant had been dropped that I was ready to make immediate use of it. Oh, I'm so smelly today. I'm in desperate need of deodorant. And, yeah, I'm now not quite so smelly. This notably repellent monkey really is having a hard day. He's not doing too well. He has already lost his haircut. His haircut has been spoiled by the team, which is effectively a break. This is the only monster whose head break is literally just ruining his hair. It's quite funny. But, yeah, he's having a hard run. He's getting a raw deal. And that's what I mean. He just died. We engaged him and he died. And there wasn't much in between. Not a whole lot went on, except for a monkey beatdown. And the beatdown was the humans on the monkey, not the monkeys on the humans. I've got a very crude joke just tucked away in the back of my mind, ready to be used at any moment, and it's going to be quite funny for me, but perhaps not for anyone else. Very elusive of me. You're never going to know what it is, and it doesn't matter, because just generally speaking, it's beneath my dignity. Not only to mention it, but to even make the joke in the first place. But it's going to happen eventually. And it's certainly not going to happen in this recording, but one day I'm going to make the joke, and it's going to tickle my humour immensely, but may actually make people think a little less of me. And I can't wait for that day to come. I can, because I must, but it'll happen. It'll be a good day. The world might not be ready, but it'll be a good day. Alright. Here we go again. Deja vu. I've been in this place before. Random hunt. Saddam. I believe... Oh, that was Tifa's last hunt, actually. My bingus is actually intended to be a coercive bingus. It's intended to not encourage him to stop hunting, but rather to coerce him into continuing to hunt. I'm just staring at him in an intimidating fashion with a Sphinx cat. Yeah, thank you for the hunts. I'm such an ingrate. Apparently that exchange actually brought Lynn to orgasm, which is both pleasing and simultaneously very unpleasant. Anyway. One slot for random hunts. Gathering Hub 14. I think, unless Saddam Hussein... Oh, yep, Saddam Hussein is still here. For a second I thought he was going to... Oh, I didn't know Tal was here. I didn't know you were on Huntsdiverse. You joined in fucking March 2021. And you don't even play these games. What the hell's wrong with you, man? Jeez. You've had that much time since you signed up to play these games and you still haven't done this thing. Do this thing. I don't care what education-related excuse you have. It's not good enough. Monster Hunter is Monster Hunter. Sacrifice everything at the altar of Monster Hunter. That's what I have to say. In fact, that's my philosophy for life. And for leading a better life. We'll just continue with 3 for now. What have we got? 4 Kings of Fire? Fuck off. Why am I being given Lance again? Yeah, this reaction is my reaction. Why are we given this when we're hunting with 3 people instead of 4? That's about right. You know, we've got a group of 4 consistently and we're getting single monsters sequentially, consistently, and without pause. And then as soon as we've got 3 people, oh, 4 Kings of Fire, Basarios, Gravios, Shogun Sianator, Labazioth. I've got everything, man. I have all DLC. Who do you think I am? Some kind of fucking peasant? Some kind of Freedom Unite player? I'm a portable 2nd G player. Thank you very much. Honestly, who do you think I am? This is interesting. Then let's go fuck ourselves, says Yells. I think we'll succeed, it's just not going to be all that fun. It's going to be a long quest. It has to be understood that they're not going to be at full health. We're not fighting 4 full health monsters. We'll be okay. I just need to find a common weakness. What have we got? I was given Lance, but... do I want to use a water lance? I think I do, actually. Shogun Sianator is not going to take all that much damage from water, but to be honest, like, the rest of the monsters do, so... Well, do I have a raw lance? I think I do, but... No, actually, I don't... Yeah, it's Dragoon's Gay Bulge. I better use Gay Bulge and leave it at that. It's a cool lance. Of course, it refers to Cuchulain's weapon, but anyway. At least I think so. My Celtic mythology is a bit patchy. Bit spotty, as they say. That's right, it's a DLC quest, I forgot. It doesn't take me long to forget these things. I don't remember what it's called, but I'll find out. 4 Kings of Fire, there it is. That's intimidating. Or it sounds intimidating, rather. Okay. I'd say that I'm well prepared enough. This is a cool lance, I have to say. I do like it. I don't get to use it often enough. It's kind of cool. Here we go. I believe it was pinned. Where is it? FU complaint. Here we go. This is what we want. That should still be up to date. Presumably that GitHub page is being... What do you think, mate? Actually, sorry. I suppose it's not obvious. I need to relax. Anyway. I'm just being helpful. His reaction is, wow, amazing stuff. Reminds me of the guy who goes, wow. It's a bit like that. Thanks for the information, buddy. You're quite welcome. You're outstandingly welcome. Alright, let's get out of here. And by get out of here, I mean leave the tavern and do some hunting. Let's do it. I'm ready for some monster hunting. What is our first monster? It is Basarios. I don't have Psychoserums, but that's probably okay. I'm sure we can find him. I've got an idea as to where he starts. I could be wrong, but again, because I don't have Psychoserums, I'm just going to be guessing, and my guess is that he starts over here. In fact, I think I'm dead wrong, and the reason why is because I'm definitely thinking of first gen. Wow. I think they've got it right. I think he starts over that way. My head is far too submerged in first gen right now to be of any use to anyone. I'm just going to follow them. Ugh. Oh, it's a bit late, innit? It's fucking 12:30 in the morning. I've had a long day. But it's the weekend, so it's okay. In fact, I'm tempted to do a very long recording. Oh, Tempted to whip out the rum after I finish this bottle of wine, but I'm not. I'm not to do that. It's not actually my rum. It's my girlfriend's rum. We're supposed to enjoy it together, so I must be a man of my word and not touch it. I'm actually not tempted to do that, but I was just thinking, if I were to do a long session, I would very much like to have more than what I have here in terms of beverages on hand, and I technically do have more than this, but again, it's not actually for me to drink at the end of the day. Again, I don't have a Psycho Serum, so I can't very well pursue this monster. Makes me sad, but fine. Oh, that's one way to wake him up. I'd say that works well enough. I can only hit the legs and the chest without bouncing with this lance. Even with purple sharpness, it is worth mentioning. Oh, now I've really reached a nasty point in this quest. To be honest, I'm going to have the same experience with the Gravios. I'm going to be bouncing terribly with wide sharpness on basically everything that's not the stomach. It's much harder to navigate with Basarios because he is very small. I mean, this already is a small Basarios, but Basarios compared to Gravios is very small, so you're more than likely going to be hitting things that are not the chest when you thrust your lance into him. And, yeah, it sucks. Alright, stop it. Stop. Bloody asshole. I'm gonna pick up your butt sweat. Anyway, I got a mega potion out of it. Very good. I don't think I'm actually able to hit any part of him without bouncing. This is terrible. I fucking hate this. This is the worst moment of my life. I'm glad he's dead, but seriously. I don't have enough purple sharpness for that to be the only viable sharpness for me to use this weapon at. So, yeah, I'm really not a fan. I do think Gravios is going to be a better experience. I'm pretty sure that I can hit the chest, even with blue sharpness, without bouncing. So I should be okay. The chest, because he is a larger monster, is easy to hit exclusively. I expect that things will go well. I hope. There's no need to hope if you expect it, Doomlink. That's the joke. Haha. You're an idiot. I don't know where we should expect Gravios to spawn. I'm going to follow Saddam because he plays a lot of this game. He plays a whole lot more of this game than I do. So he has a better idea as to where this monster spawns. I'm killing this Cyanitor at the expense of my purple sharpness because he will not leave me alone. I'm being assaulted, or rather I was being assaulted by this Cyanitor. And fortunately he's now dead. Saddam has had an epiphany and has realized that the monster's actually here. Come on. Finish your bloody wind press and I can get in. Oh my god, purple sharpness and I'm bouncing off the... I don't know if you'd call them the knees or the thigh. I suppose the thighs. We'll call them the thighs. Gravios' thighs are very well armored. It just so happens. Okay. This is truly lovely. Why did I choose to use a fucking Blade Master weapon against Gravios? Oh, that's right. I didn't make the decision myself. It was chosen for me. I remember that now. I did intend to raise my shield to resist the tremor. but it didn't go through. Bad luck. Oh, he's leaving. He's picked up his toys and he's going home. That's what that animation looks like. Screw you guys, I'm going home, the animation. Is he really going that way? Okay, I trust you guys. To be honest, what is he doing? What am I in combat with right now? What the fuck? Where is this monster? I don't understand. Why was I in combat with him? Surely he would have left at that point. I hate this monster. We should have paintballed him. I never would have thought that Gravios angrily walking in a direction would have caused us to lose him like this. I wouldn't have imagined it in my wildest dreams, and yet here we are, in that very situation. Oh, fuck off. What's he doing? Swimming through the lava lakes to get over there? I saw him angrily walking over there, now he's fucking teleported to where Saddam Hussein currently is. Which is great. Just what I wanted. What are you even doing over here? Did you slide into here from the lava fall? Can't say waterfall. You wouldn't say lava waterfall, would you? You'd say lava fall. I'm already referring to the thing that's falling, so lava fall. There you go. Anyway. This weapon was a bad idea. But to be honest, I think using the lance was a bad idea, and I wouldn't have done this ordinarily. I would have used some sort of ranged weapon. But again, that is not what was chosen for me, so here I am. With my Gabolg. Hello, VMs. Welcome to the live stream. And welcome to bouncing off Gravios. Despite having fucking purple sharpness. Here I was, thinking that I'd be able to back hop out of his tremor, but I was not able to do that. I did what I could. You can't say that I didn't do my best. Certainly wouldn't be able to insinuate that. Yeah, shut up. No, don't do that. Whatever. I took the hit, but it wasn't particularly worth it. I wouldn't say. Am I enjoying this hunt? No, not at all. Because again, this weapon on this monster just doesn't feel right. I could just as well be doing an arena hunt right now. You know what I mean when I say that? I mean that I'm using a loadout that just doesn't feel appropriate for the quest, and it's not something that I would otherwise conceive of using. It just doesn't work. Yeah, those dual blades are making a strange sound because those are the Amezari dual blades. It's a reference to some Japanese comedian, I think. They're both using the same dual blades, and unfortunately because there are two of them, you have to listen to double the stupid sounds. Lots of laughing, lots of weird yelling. And I think he's dead. Great. But yeah, the dual blades do sound weird. I use the same dual blades. Prior to actually acquiring those event dual blades, I used the Guild Knight Sabers, which are perfectly respectable water dual blades, but I'd say those ones are a little bit better, and they're also slightly funny to use because of the weird sounds that they make. But I'd say it's a little excessive to listen to two of them simultaneously. I'm just in the fortunate position of not being able to hear the game because I don't have my earphones in because I couldn't be bothered listening to the game while playing. I believe Terra Shogun Seattle is our next hunt. No, it's just standard Shogun Seattle. This is a bit of a long hunt, isn't it? I feel like if I were better optimized for these monsters, you know, Basarios and Gravios, we would have gotten through this a little faster. Had I been able to contribute more, maybe this wouldn't be such a slow, grueling hunt. I suppose it's conceivable that he would start here, yeah. But it doesn't look like he is starting here. I'm going to say that he hasn't. I'm going to look around. Oh, fucking hell. Why do I bother? Of course he knows where to go. Well, he was in combat. He's not anymore. What's going on? How did Seattle spawn in such a way as to only be in that area briefly, and then moved on to another area? How could that happen? Where did he spawn from? I just don't understand. Doesn't make any bloody sense to me. If I had witnessed it, I would have my answer. Ugh, but I wasn't there, so I can only speculate. This is going to be a much faster hunt, by the way, compared to the two that preceded this one. Come on. Don't be shy. I'm playing online using Hunsterverse. It's a little community. A big community, maybe. It's on Discord. It basically uses PPSSPP, which is an emulator. And it's pretty good overall. It's very nicely organized. What else am I to do with my time, other than slowly crawl around for my own personal entertainment? Stop digging into the fucking ground! Fight us! Yeah, that'd be right. I was provoking him, I deserve it, but still... I wasn't actually provoking him in-game, I was verbally yelling at him in real life, and he shouldn't have known a thing about that. I suppose I'll go this way, yeah, it makes more sense, doesn't it? Oh, shit. Far out. Well, if you are at G rank level, you're definitely welcome to join the hunt. But I'm only doing G rank level, so if you're not at G rank, then no, you cannot. I'm not going to promise to let you join and then you're not able to do G rank, so... that would be the prerequisite. I've got just enough stamina to do that. Whenever you're ready, Seattle. Have you noticed that this particular Seattle has been wasting our time in a way that is atypical of this monster? I mean, yes, he burrows normally, That's not unusual, but he's doing it more often than he typically would. Case in point. And he is staying underground for longer than he really needs to as well. It's just becoming repetitive and asinine and just fucking... It actually makes me want to just stop doing this hunt, but I wouldn't actually abandon it or anything. It's just, it makes me wish that I was doing something else with my time. It's so boring, and it's like the game is making me want to quit out of boredom. Ugh. Sorry, I apologise for constantly yawning. It's just rather late. It's not that late, it's just that, I suppose given my recent sleep schedule, and given the fact that I had a long day, I'm a little tired, a little sleepy. I'll have a nice, relaxed sleep at the conclusion of this recording, but I'm happy to continue for now. I may do a few more hunts after this one, or perhaps just one more. Definitely a minimum of one more hunt is to be expected, but maybe I don't have it in me to do several after this one. We'll see how we go. I'd like to finish my wine, and I've got about, I don't know, 2/3 of a glass left. Not including what I have in the glass currently. It would be reasonable to assume that our friend Lavazioth will make an appearance in this area. I don't think he's going to spawn in the area north of this one. So I'm happy to hang around here. This has been a long quest. It's been far too long. I was basically sitting here saying, oh, don't worry, the mosses aren't at full health. Well, it turns out that even though they're not at full health, this has been a very, very slow quest. Don't tell me he fucking spawns up there. Oh my god. He is over there. Stupid lava fish. Get over here. Cooling effect has expired. We don't want that. Yes. This is where we want the monster. We don't want him over there, we want him here. This is one of those monsters that tempts you to hit the head. But hitting the head is not all that helpful because he's a Piscine Wyvern. Piscine Wyverns aren't especially weak on their heads. The body, like the main body, is the #1 weakness. Oh god. I'm happy to use as many Mega Potions as are needed, because I do get them back as I carve. I will be getting 4 from this monster. How the fuck could I avoid getting hit there? Come on. Thanks for the life powder. This quest is definitely draining all of what I have available to me, emotionally and physically. So maybe I won't really be able to do many more hunts after this. I think ordinarily I would be, but this has been pretty nasty. And I think the true conclusion to this livestream will come if Hussein, for example, says, I've had enough. At that point, ugh, no, not worth it. I don't have the stamina for that. You can see that I essentially shield the impact, but I don't have sufficient stamina to shield the tremor. So I'm still getting hit regardless. It's stupid. I'd be better off trying to avoid the whole thing, and I'm just not instinctively doing that. My healing wares are limited at this point. Got a knockdown, which is good. Fucking hell, man. He's perfectly targeted on me. Seems quite eager to prevent me from hitting the monster. For one reason or another. Well, he's dead. Death by flopping. That made it look like he died by throwing himself on the ground. Which is funny, but annoying because I still got hit. Give me mega potions, please. I really do need them. I will continue. I have my controller plugged in, and it's actually plugged in behind me. And what it means is that the cable is technically being pulled away from me, so if I drop my controller, it misses the table, it misses my leg, and it gets pulled over there somewhere. On the ground. It's stupid. It's definitely not ideal. Alright. Nice enough rewards, but not worth it for the effort, you have to admit. Considering what we just went through, these rewards are just not good enough. Maybe if we got a real nice, unique weapon from this quest, it would be fine. But we're not getting that, and this is a shit hunt. I do not feel like we really achieved much of worth at all. So, there you go. Morale is very low at this stage. It has to be said. Alright, so this is probably going to be part of the same VOD, but this is actually being recorded the morning after. It is currently 8:47 AM, and we are back in Freedom Unite. But as far as you're concerned, I would imagine we never left. Now, I was intending on getting a room together. I had basically set things up to hunt with one particular guy. He was going to be the first of the 4 people in my room. But then Thanos, the soulless, emotionless, friendship point android, asked to hunt his bonus. And he's like, okay. And then he went and hunted 2-man with Thanos instead of joining my room to build a proper G-rank hunts room. So, whatever. It's honestly fine in the end because I've got 3 people who are actually worth playing with in my room currently. So I wouldn't, upon reflection, want to actually exclude any of them for a person that incapable of sticking to an agreed hunting, hunting plan. But anyway, we are, come to think of it, we're doing Kezu, but I don't know what has been selected for me. Apparently it is Hammer. I don't really want to do Hammer, but whatever. I will bring high-grade earplugs. Some may wonder why I always bring high-grade earplugs and never standard earplugs. The reason why is because I just don't have the space to make an armor set for both earplugs and high-grade earplugs. I have too many armor sets that I want to make, so I just use a catch-all solution, which is high-grade earplugs. Obviously, that's going to work irrespective of the monster that I'm hunting. That may bother some people. They may consider that to be an inefficient use of skills in the event that I'm fighting a monster that doesn't require the 15-point skill to resist the roar. But you know what? I have weighed up my options, I've weighed up the positives and negatives, and I've come to realize that I would rather be inefficient in that regard than limit the number of armor sets that I can make in the game. I think the number of armor sets that you can make is infinitely more important than that. Alright, so we've got pretty much the same team that we had before, minus the guy whose name I can't even remember. Hussein, or rather Saddam Hussein and Tifa are still here. So, there you go. To be honest, I'd say Saddam Hussein and Tifa haven't stopped playing since I went to bed. But anyway, it is Old Jungle Lightning with our friend Kezu. I've got the Imperial Gun Hammer. There are probably other fire hammers. In fact, I know of another fire hammer. It's the Lunastra hammer. I actually think it's slightly better than this hammer, to be honest. But I don't really have an easy way to get it. I think it's acquired through rust shards, or perhaps, I say rust shards, you know, rust stones, whatever you want to call them in this game. I'm happy to use the word shard. It's not really applicable to this game, but I suppose it's still fairly easy to understand what it is I'm referring to. But yeah, there's no easy way to get it, in other words. It's just one of those things. Alright, am I happy with the setup? I think I am. Yep, we're good to go. Now, Kezu with the hammer, not a very enjoyable experience. I'm not going to aim for the head exclusively. I'm probably just going to do golf swings on the legs, which will be helpful in its own way. I'll be knocking the monster down and then using the knockdown as an opportunity to hit the head at that point. Whether or not that's going to facilitate sufficiently consistent head impacts to achieve a KO is yet to be seen, but I'm going to do what works for me. Actually, I may as well go for the head here. I'll probably fail to get the... Yeah, I didn't get the impact on the head that I wanted. It's just because super pounds are very bizarre in this game. They don't work in the way that you'd imagine they would. In other words, I hesitate to use this word because I want it to really be exclusive to monsters and how they deal damage to you rather than hunters dealing damage to monsters, but the hitbox of the super pound is very weird. There's nothing normal about it. Oh, fucking hell. You see, there's... The end of that animation is safe, but you see, he's technically still covered with lightning when it is safe to go in, so you can sometimes go in too early, and that is definitely what happened previously. So I got a golf swing on the face there, but again, I don't think that's going to happen consistently enough for me to get a KO. I can try. You can see that I had my super pound right on the head there, but it did not deal the KO damage. That's just how super pounds work in this game. If you want to get a super pound, or rather if you want KO damage with your super pound, you actually need to position yourself pretty far away from the monster. Because the impact is not directly on the position of the hammer, it's the damage sort of... it radiates out a little bit, and that's where your impact is with super pound. It's very annoying. We are, however, getting a lot of knockdowns, so it would be quite disappointing if I couldn't get a KO. Tifa has apologized for hitting me there. I'll heal on up. My Thunder Res is actually very good. 13 Thunder Res. I'm surprised I took as much damage as I did when I was hit by the lightning attack. Just goes to show how damaging it would have been had I not equipped an armor set with this sort of thunder resistance. Sadly hit the neck or something instead of the head, I don't know. That's a golf swing on the wing. Far from ideal, but I'll take what I can get. There's an opportunity again. As you can see, the number of KO impacts required for an actual knockout is very high. That is a situation where I got hit purely because I was flinched by a teammate. Fortunately, the teammate made amends by life powdering me, which was nice. Hello, Ethan. Thank you for the resub, of course. Oh, get out of there. Honestly. Tifa is nice enough to... well... whatever. You were near the head, so quite frankly, there's nothing I could have done. I didn't get my KO, but the amount of damage applied, or dealt in this case, was perfectly sufficient to kill this monster in short order, and overall I'd say that was a successful venture. I don't know how long I'm going to have this team for. It's worth mentioning that at this time of day, which is early morning my time, the people who are staying up very late in Southeast Asia, as well as the Europeans, they are getting towards the end of the night for them. So I do hope that I'll have this team at least for an hour, maybe 2. We'll see how things go. But yeah, if it has to come to a premature end, premature in the sense that I still want to hunt but cannot, because I've got no one to play with, then so be it. But basically, within about an hour or 2 from now, there will be very few people playing in Hunsterverse. It's a dead period on the server. Unfortunate as it is. I will gather my rewards and then I will organize our next hunt. I would imagine that my... oh god, look at that. Kezu is bleeding very heavily. Now, it's worth mentioning that this amount of blood is not present in Freedom Unite. The reason why there is so much blood, like just gushing out of Kezu's head, is because I'm actually playing Portable 2nd G, which has more blood than Freedom Unite. This is just a translated version of 2nd G. I'm actually using circle to make my selections here instead of cross on the controller. So, there is one visual example as to the difference between Portable 2nd G and Molsana Freedom Unite. To be completely honest, I don't notice it very often. It's only in situations such as these when I can definitively say, okay, yeah, there is more blood in Portable 2nd G as compared to Freedom Unite. But it's not like you play Portable 2nd G after having played Freedom Unite and you immediately notice that there's just blood everywhere. At least I didn't notice that. And that was both when I wasn't looking for it and when I was looking for it. I just didn't notice that much more blood. I suppose it is more blood, but it's not an unreasonable amount in Portable 2nd G. Saddam, Tifa, ice cream. In no specific order. Oh, I need that as one word. Otherwise, it's going to give a different... oh, for fuck's sake. I'm really sick of this cooldown. Again, the cooldown is a great idea, except that it's fucking not. Thank you. That's all I have to say about that. I couldn't quite understand what I was looking at for a moment. Ice cream has been written as an emote. Alright, so... again, this person forgets that... this is exactly what happened when Hussein re-rolled last time. Basically, the person forgets that actually, if you just imitate what I've done, you're just going to have 2 weapons selected for you. So I guess I'll use Gunlance then, that's fine. White fucking Fatalis, are you kidding me? I don't want to do White Fatalis. I mean, it's nice that Okay, here we go. I'm happy with this. Yeah, let's do this. This is Rajang and Tigrex. Okay. Time to cart, says Ice Cream. Well, to be honest, I'd sooner have the hunt conclude in a short space of time due to 3 deaths than fight White Fatalis. I've already done that on camera. That was Random Hunts Part 200. I did like 4 rounds of White Fatalis or something like that. It encompassed much of that recording, and quite frankly, I think I need a break, and you need a break as the viewer from White Fatalis. If you missed that experience, you can go back and watch Random Hunts Part 200. There was a whole lot of White Fatalis going on in that recording. But I'm not going to subject either myself or my audience to White Fatalis so soon after the last time I had to do it. So, what weapon has been chosen for me this time? Dual blades, apparently, or dual swords as it's written now. So Diamond Dust, that is Rajang and Tigrex, possibly in the arena together. I will bring the final battle axe, because that's an example of dual blades that are going to be equally effective against both monsters. I'll see if there's an alternative that I'd like to use. No, I think that's it. Yeah. Final battle axe. I will then eat. I think I'm correct about them being in the arena. If they were not in the arena, it wouldn't be an issue, but because they are, I don't know how this is going to work. I've really got no idea. I don't have high hopes for our success. Of course, the first thing that Ice Cream said was we're going to cart, effectively, so... or time to cart. Which isn't really an expression of high confidence in the team and its ability to get the quest done. Diamond Dust, where is it? It's weird to not have all quests completed, by the way. But that's just another example. Oh, it's on the Snowy Mountains. We don't have a problem at all. When he was saying that we were likely to fail the quest, or effectively saying that, I just assumed that it must have been an arena hunt. But no, it's not, so this is fine. There is nothing to worry about. Both of these monsters on their own are fine, and they have reduced health, so this is not going to be an especially difficult hunt. Hussein, however, is bringing the Plunger Lance, the Hyper Vacuum. I don't know why. Maybe water is actually effective against both monsters. Perhaps it's a secondary or tertiary weakness of Rajang and Tigrex. But whether it's actually a weakness or not, the Plunger Lance is not that good. So I'm not too sure if I'm happy with that weapon choice, but if he's just using a weapon for fun, fine. So be it. I'm running dual blades, which I'm not that comfortable with against Rajang. I don't like how Rajang moves, so having dual blades against a monster like that is not as fun as it could be, but whatever. I'm also not a huge fan of dual blades in general, which should be mentioned. And can we not split into 2 teams? I understand there may be a temptation to do that, but I'm just going to hope that we're all on the same page as far as focusing on one monster. How the fuck? See, getting hit by the tail in that situation is so unacceptable. I'd clearly accounted for the fact that he was going to charge in that direction, and yet because I was just gently touching the tail, I got hit anyway. I hate that crap. I think the hitbox of Tigrex was even less forgiving in Freedom 2, if I remember correctly. Or at least it felt worse. Could be a case of, you know, thinking that it's worse, but it's actually the same. Just a misapprehension. Of course, we don't want to engage Tigrex in that exit. There's not much room to move, and he does a whole lot of running around, so he can actually get his face stuck in the wall there, it should be mentioned, but obviously he wasn't on the right angle that time around. Maybe he is there? Oh, he's so close. You see, he has to be really straight on with the wall to actually get stuck in there, much like a Diablos would. I'm not really getting many opportunities to go demonized, you can see. By the time I go demonized, he's moving again, so I think out of a desire to... There we go, head opportunity. Fucking hell, an immediate fucking flinch? Just when I was happily taking advantage of the opportunity, it's gone. That's truly frustrating. But yeah, in the interest of actually being able to hit the monster, I'm going to attack without demonized mode for the most part. And attacking the monster is important with these dual blades because that allows me to build up poison. Some damage is better than no damage. In other words, if I go demonized mode, then I can't really get a hit out. After that, it's pointless to go demonized at all. And furthermore, I'm missing out on a poison opportunity. There's a head again. Why are you pinging every time he gets stuck in the wall? We can see that he's stuck in the wall. It's just bizarre. Like, how could we not notice that? Your ping is more of a distraction than anything else. Hello, P-Berry. The stream has indeed started. Fortunately, I was out of range of the damaging aspect of the roar of the Tigrex. We have achieved poison. I'll settle for white sharpness for now, but I'll be sure to sharpen up once I hit blue. Oh, I can't believe that hit me. I was accounting for that, that's why I rolled back. But it still fucking caught me. Bloody crap. That is indeed the pea-berry muffin of all time. It sure is. You know, there are different ways you can play Monster Hunter. I do see some people playing this game who aim exclusively for the head, as if there is nowhere else to hit the monster. It's very interesting. I don't play that way. If the head is there, if there is an opportune moment for me to hit the head, I will obviously hit it because it's a weak point, but I'm not magnetically attached to it. You see? I hit other parts of the monster as well. And it's more enjoyable to play that way. Tigrex is already dead because, again, he has reduced health, given that he is one of two monsters. So Tigrex is next. I think he's asking for ammunition. He's now aggressively demanding ammunition. I guess no one has ammunition for him. Unless he's pinging for something else. Again, sometimes when it comes to signaling in Freedom Unite, it's very confusing as to what the person is actually going on about. I don't know if Rajang is here. It seems that he isn't, so I guess we're just going to hang around here. Unless the balloon is around, which I don't think it is. I don't think the balloon is here at night. So I guess even the guild needs to sleep at night. Can't be sending the balloon up to assist hunters. It was the hunter's choice to come here at night. Anyway, I should have my Psycho Serums, it just so happens that I do not. And that's my fault. I probably should have slept a little bit more, but you see, the sun comes into my room at like 7 in the fucking morning, and then I sort of naturally wake up as a result, and, you know, I've got that feeling, like that sort of, mild headache that you get when you haven't had enough sleep, and my eyes hurt a little bit, so I definitely could have used another hour's sleep, but I just couldn't. Not today. I had to get up and do Monster Hunter instead. Play Monster Hunter, sleep, play Monster Hunter, repeat. Yeah. Yeah, both of these streams have been the same day for you. That's what it means to be in a totally different time zone. It was in the middle of the night when you last saw me, and now the sun is up. It is a new day for me. It is 9 in the morning on the 12th of December. December? No, I'm not that far ahead of you. It is the 12th of November. Jeez. Imagine being that far ahead of someone. That would be quite scary. I'd be celebrating Christmas while you're still thinking about getting the fucking decorations out. Anyway. No, I'm not much of a Christmas person. You guys set up a Christmas tree? Because I don't. It's fine when you're a kid, but, like, as an adult, like, why? Don't have time for that business. Oh god, I'm gonna get caught. Shockingly, didn't get caught in that. Don't know how that happened, but... Or rather, how that didn't happen. Depends how you want to phrase it. Again, just not going demonized mode. I think it's more sensible for me to only use demonized mode if I have the opportunity to do so, rather than just aggressively deciding for myself, I'm only going to hit this monster if I'm dealing demonized damage. I'd say that's just not the right way to approach it. If I do that, I'm sadly not going to be dealing much damage at all. Is there a trap down? What are you pinging for? Again, it's always so much work to interpret what people mean when they signal. Yeah, okay. How about we all just fucking ping at each other? This is great. And I'm quite sure that's what's ended up happening, but it's very confusing, because if everyone's just pinging to communicate in every possible way that human beings can communicate, it means that that signal loses its meaning. So, you know, perhaps when a trap goes down, people are more likely to miss it, because signaling for the trap could also mean signaling to say hello, signaling to say my balls are itchy, signaling to say sorry, signaling to say give me ammunition, signaling to say you're an asshole, etc. I'm sick of this communication system. It's quite common among the second-gen players, but... yeah. Like I said, not a difficult hunt because we're fighting them one at a time in the locale of the Snowy Mountains, and they have reduced health. So there is nothing to be particularly concerned about when it comes to these monsters. It looks like Rajang's heading over here. I could be wrong, but I hope I'm right. I am right. I will paintball you for good measure. Unfortunately, we have had a feint. It is our... Wait, how do I check feints? Maybe you... Oh, you can sort of check your reward remaining versus total reward. We are only 1 out of 3 deaths. You can see total reward 30,000 zenny, so we can imagine that that's 3 deaths. Don't have much stamina at the moment. And he's dead. A fairly smooth hunting experience. Nothing to get stressed out over. I'd have to say that this is probably not an appropriate hunt for those who want materials from these monsters. because it's just Mega Potions. It's good if you don't want to expend Mega Potions, but still. Probably not ideal if you're trying to make weapons and armor from these monsters. Probably good if you want Tigrex Heavenly Scales, though. But I have no shortage of those. Ice Cream has decided that he doesn't need to carve, and he's probably right, it's only Mega Potions, as I said. I may as well give my team friendship points, unless that is already... No, that's already been done, that's fine. Thanos was going to hunt with me, with the guy that I had arranged to hunt with, but he said to me, "Can I hunt your bonus?" Like, directed at me, and I said, "I'm not giving it to you." And he said, "Pass then." So he went and poached the guy who'd agreed to hunt with me and went and two-manned with that guy. Again, both of those people I hold in such low regard that I'm actually glad that I've got this team rather than them, because Thanos wouldn't be sticking around, he only hunts for his friendship points, because he's got a serious problem, and that person who left me to hunt two-man with him can fuck off anyway, for self-explanatory reasons. But, anyway. I'm going to, again, show you the reroll. It's good to show you. There's no mystery as to what I'm typing, you can see it. I'll do the single ice cream. Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same quest. Do you know how many quests there are that can be selected, and we just got this twice in a row? 12 minutes until next reroll, haha. Random hunt. Okay, well that's really helpful, Tifa. I guess we'll do whatever weapon we want. The Garuga twins, or rather the Yian Garuga twins. Sounds like a pretty nasty quest, but fine. I guess it's a lovely quest if you love Yian Garuga, but I don't. And to be honest, I'm happier to be able to select my own weapon when hunting Yian Garuga. What would I like to use? I think I'm going to go Hunting Horn, to be honest. That is not how I want to do that. I'd rather have most of my damage being dealt by other people. I just don't want to deal with aggressively hitting a Yian Garuga right now. I'd rather hang back and play my music. You guys can do the work. Alright, so I will... Actually, I should already have my Hunting Horn song sheet up on my browser, so I'll have a look at that. We want bicolored castanet. You can literally type in the hunting horn you're using, and you can see the notes that it has. You don't have to actually go so far as to check to see what notes your hunting horn has, and then look at the songs that that has. You can literally just Control F the name of your hunting horn, assuming that it's fully upgraded. But I think that doesn't even matter. I think it's literally got all hunting horns here, which is extraordinary. And yeah, it's purple, blue, red, attack up large, infinite stamina large, and that's probably the most significant thing. I do prefer that to attack up large and defense up large, to be honest. That's generally more helpful. The Garuga twins, or rather the Yian Garuga twins, is it DLC or is it... No, it's G2. Very good. No, 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 no. I'm already using hunting horn. Stop this thing. I'm not using Hunting Horn with the expectation that I'm not going to contribute much. I actually want to be boosting the damage and effectiveness of people that are doing decent damage themselves, which is not going to be happening if you bring a Hunting Horn. It's going to be doubling down unnecessarily on support. So, yeah. I mean, I've made my request known to Saddam Hussein. I've told him that I do not want him to bring a Hunting Horn. Let's see if he ignores my request. It's a melee weapon, he says. Looks like he's going to ignore my request. I don't have to play songs with it. That's not the point. The point is that it has shit motion value, and I want to be boosting the damage of good weapons. I suppose it doesn't matter all that much, but again, I've made my preference clear, and he can ignore me if he so desires, but I'm not impressed about it. At Birds Hill, Yankaku? That's a tiny Yankaku, by the way. At least I believe so. Yeah. Yeah, that is the tiny one. The Yangaruga twins, here we go. Hussein is using... Why? What? Anyway. I do believe he is a speedrunner, by the way, so he's mostly playing with loadouts that he considers fun. Again, if I'm using Hunting Horn, I'd rather be boosting decent damage, but fine. Maybe he'll make up for that with very consistent Hunting Horn swings to the heads of these monsters. I'm just smacking away, not into the notes. If you say so, mate. Are we going to end up with Ice Cream bringing Hunting Horn as well? Yeah? Alright, fine. Again, I brought Hunting Horn with the full intention of actually boosting the damage of the team, but now it's kind of pointless because I'm boosting crap damage. I suppose it's not going to be entirely pointless, but it's a little frustrating. This is not really how I wanted it to go. I guess I can take some comfort in the fact that I'll be boosting Tifa's damage, which is actually very good. He's using a good lance. It's the Black Diablo's lance. So purple, red, red, and purple, blue, blue are really the skills, or rather the songs that I'm going to be playing. I don't really need to worry about much else. Save for self-improvement, of course. Uzaki in the chat seems to think that I hate Hunting Horn. I do not. Everyone's pinging quite delightfully down there. Okay. Oh, are they trying to get me to not engage monsters here? I don't know. Perhaps not. I don't even know where these monsters are. What I do need to do is bring Psycho Serums. I've already made the point. Can you fuck off with your attack up low? Like, what are you doing, man? You know the horn that I'm using. Why are you wasting your time with attack up low? Doomlink, you're taking the hunt too seriously. Oh well. I'll play self-improvement first. We'll do stamina first. I should be able to get that bonus on that. Yeah, there's my extension. Oh, we've already got attack up high from Ice Cream. Great, and I'm gonna die. The fact that I didn't just die really is beyond extraordinary. Oh, we're fighting too. This is a happy day. Not. This is far from a happy day. I don't know which one we were hunting. I think I can just zoom into the map and find out. It seems like it's this one. Oh, for goodness sake! I was a little disoriented. I didn't know where the monster was running. I had this giant map in my face, plus the monster that I was intending to hunt, and couldn't quite see what was going on. There is the run from a stationary position. The Yiangaruga special, as we could call it. Yeah, the zoomed in map is rather unpleasant, isn't it? But again, it's functionality that I don't believe was in first gen. I don't remember it being there, so it's still fairly new here in Freedom Unite. Whether or not it was in Freedom 2 or DOS, I again can't remember. It's important to remember that lots of things were... I'm pretty sure that this guy, this human vermin named Ice Cream, pretty sure he didn't play the bonus on the, or the encore, however you want to say it, for the attack song, so now I have to do it. Fucking hell, like if you're not going to play your songs, then don't bother, just leave it to me. Attack more powerful. It's thoroughly pointless to be playing songs if you're not actually going to play them, that's the bottom line. And now these guys have switched targets. Honestly, this one's paintball. This team is really just making me sad. Generally. I'm trying to hunt properly and they just don't give a damn. But now they've changed back to the original target because they're just swinging their weapons at whatever Yiangaruga happens to be in front of them. There we go, got a KO. At least they'll be attacking the right one. Sadly, I can't do much of that because I'm too busy rolling on the ground. Because I'm being savaged by the other fucking Garuga. Don't you breathe your fire on me. Yeah, breathe it on your friend. I don't even know if this is especially helpful for the team to be playing no stamina loss. Ugh! To be honest, I'm just gonna map zoom out. It's so ugly, isn't it? I should be able to figure out which one's which. It'll be even easier when this one dies. And there's that one. It actually took longer than it should have. That's a signal to mean something. Again, it could mean anything. It could mean be right back, going to take a shit. Could mean many things. I do need to replay my attack song. It does fall upon me to do this because we've established that the other guy's not doing it. Despite playing the song once. I suppose he may have just been, you know, using the hunting horn normally, but you have to understand that there isn't really much of that because you have to go into a specific song mode in this game to play songs. What's he doing? What's he playing? I don't know. Ow. I just got my eyes pecked out. And there goes the tail. It was a good showcasing of the tail being cut. Is it regular carbs? It is. I do recall doing this quest for when I actually needed Garuga stuff. Probably in a previous version of this character. Should have a good head opportunity here. Well, until I got affected by the wind pressure, of course. Tifa is pinging for something. Again, you could never know. You just have to assume that in not knowing, things will continue as normal. Oh, for God's sake. Whoever designed your AI should just be taken out the back and shot. I'm serious. I'm deadly serious. I mean, young Garuga just sucks all the joy from the world simply by existing. Okay, you're pinging for something. Here we go again. This is Young Garuga's around the world attack. It's equally useless as compared to the Rathalos around the world attack. I'm going to do some carving, if you don't mind. I hope these guys are tracking this monster properly. It seems that they are. Good for them. They can hunt their monster and I'll just lie here, paralyzed. I'm just trying to mind my own business and carve. Is that okay? Seriously? Oh, that was lovely. The Young Garuga simply didn't exist when I first entered the area, and then it began to exist again. Or we could say that it instant transmissioned. Both are perfectly likely. Thank you for that. He did immediately ping to apologize. At least I can make sense of that signal. Couldn't even get in there and contribute. Well, I would say that generally I did contribute. At the end of the day, a full team of Hunting Horn users can beat on a monster pretty savagely in this game, because 4 people can usually beat on a monster pretty savagely irrespective of what weapon they use, because, you know, 4 people on any monster is usually that way. It usually results in the death of a monster. Hussein has broken off. Wow. I'm pretty sure they were going in opposite directions and or they were coming together and then I hit them away in opposite directions. That was quite cinematic. The number of smoke bombs that Tifa drops down at the end of hunts. He actually has an inventory space dedicated to something that is entirely pointless, which is dropping smoke bombs at the end of the hunt for some reason. For comedic effect. Except without the comedy, because it's not funny. If you've noticed, I'm barely accumulating money. It's because if you're accumulating money purely through the Zenny reward from quests, it's slow going. It's really slow going. What have you got for us? What is going on? Just burn the whole fucking thing to the ground, man. I'm sick of this. We keep having to reroll. It'd be fine if we could reroll, but we can't. We have to basically rely on other people to do it in the team. It's smoother and cleaner to allow for one person to be able to do this. That's how it always was in the past, but suddenly it was just not okay because someone arbitrarily decided that it wasn't. Apparently there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in this hunt. I've had dual blades selected for me to go up against Daimyo Humator. Very well. Wait, who the fuck are you? You're waving at me, but unfortunately you don't have a space in this room. I'm going to inform him of this fact, otherwise he's going to be hanging around sniping up our room. What is going on? You want to use hunting horn? Says Coosing, anyway. But yes, we are full. I don't know why I had to make that bizarre noise, but that's how I picture him. In my mind. If you're wondering why the game keeps wigging out visually, it is because I'm accidentally going full screen with it. And it changes how OBS records it. Dual blades. I'm not in need of earplugs, so I will not be bringing them. Thunder. Divine power saws, here we go. I don't think they spin in this game. Maybe when you unsheathe them. Yeah, that's probably how it works. I probably should go and pick up some honey. I shall do that now. I sort of feel sorry for that guy who joined the room and he's asking if it's full or not. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Just go on the Discord and use that to coordinate hunts. Don't randomly join rooms. It's never going to be as successful as just joining the Discord and getting involved. Even in the days before there was network chat on PPSSPP, the emulator, there were people who just randomly joined rooms and didn't use the Discord at all. It was extraordinary. We are doing... Is it Giant Crab of the Old Jungle? I think so. Yes. We must contend with not just Daimyo Humator, but a Humator battalion. It's rather intimidating, just by the sound of it. It's not just Humator, it's a Humator battalion. They're out in force. A 100 Humator at arms. Can't wait. No, to be honest, it's not going to feel any different. It's just a bunch of small Hermitors running around. Doesn't matter. But, yeah. If you needed small Hermitor stuff, this is the quest. These two are having a punch-up before the hunt. That's one way to get the adrenaline building. This is quite an intense fight. I don't know who's winning. Looks like they're both taking heavy hits at the moment. Tifa keeps getting a fucking straight to the head. Bets on Tifa? No, I don't think so. Tifa was getting fucking beaten in the head, man. You can put your money on Tifa, but I reckon this guy's going to get permanent brain damage after that confrontation. That's how it looked to me. Alright, do my saws spin? They do. My saws spin. I just needed to confirm that. Go away. That's our first member of the Hermitor Battalion. Look at him go. This is a detachment. Actually, you couldn't even call that a detachment. It's just one Hermitor who's lost his battalion. Actually, I think they're buried under the ground. I think there's a few in this area, but they're actually buried. Where's Big Hermitor? What's going on? I swear we've had people in all of the areas I would expect to see Hermitor, unless he's... yeah, in that south area. Southern area, whatever I want to say. What the fuck is going on? Someone came from here, right? And this was one other place where I was expecting him to be, so... where is this... oh my god, he is down there. Are you talking about the Hermitor buried under the ground? Basically, you get little puffs of dust to mark their positions. Oh, the spinning blades, I see. Yeah, they're perfectly visible on the PSP. I'll demon dance the face. But yes, this is my sharpness-focused armor set. I typically use it with sword and shield, because I already have a shield to deal with monster roars, so I'm not really in need of earplugs or anything like that. Oh god. This is rather scary when he's just popping up in random places like this. I'm watching my teammates go down. Getting giant monoblos horns to the... I don't know. Taint? I'm not sure. You know, from underneath. That's what I mean. You could say in the arse. I forget the scientific term for taint, by the way. There is one. It's actually a part of the body. But it's affectionately referred to as taint, as we all know. And that monster's dead. I'm not surprised. I mean, to be honest, we are well organized for this hunt, and this is a weak monster. That's the bottom line. That is the reality of the situation. Not a very substantial hunt, but it's G-rank. You cannot accuse me of posting something that's not of the highest level possible. No, I don't want a worm. I knew what it was going to be before I picked it up, because I do this every time. Whenever a monster dies here, I end up picking up a worm as well. Thinking that it's going to be a shiny of some description, but it's not. What are you giving me? A worm? A frog! Okay. Someone's dropped sleep meat. I'm very hungry. No, I'm trying to eat. He's graduated from smoke bombs and is now dropping sleep meat. Well, we all know the story about green eggs and ham, so maybe that blue meat is actually quite tasty. It just so happens that if you were to drink it, then that would be quite disgusting, because you will have had to have blended it. What I mean is that if you were to eat it, not drink it, but eat it, you would be drugged as a result. Imagine blending meat into a puree and drinking it. That's disgusting. I'm sure it's done. Presumably... oh, no, I shouldn't be able to reroll. That was too fast. I'll ask Ice Cream to do it. It's just such unnecessary effort I have to communicate with another member of the team, can you do the reroll? And then they have to do it. I mean, if it's just one person doing it every time, it's quicker, smoother, better. But no, we have to have a fucking cooldown. I don't want another Daimyo Hemator. If he were requesting to do it because he needed it, that would be different, but he's not. The point that he's making is that we're gonna get another fucking single Daimyo Hemator selected for us, because that seems to be what happens every time we reroll. We just get the same quest again. What have we got? Oh god. Arena of Blood and Tears. It seems like it. Green Plesioth, Red Kezu, Emerald Kongalala, Terra Shogun Xanator. I have had... What the fuck? What's the blood? Apparently I'm blood. What's that? A drop of blood. Okay. I've been given bow. Fine. And I've been given bow and a whole lot of fucking reading material that I'm going to ignore. Like, what the hell? So... kick monsters at least 5 times in rage mode. Like, what are you talking about? That's remarkably stupid. I'm just wanting a weapon selected for me, if you don't mind. And then it's even selecting a specific weapon. It's extraordinary. Who has time for this? Anyway, I'm going to equip a bow. I would love to have the Black Fatalis bow fully upgraded at this stage. Let me just see if there's a common elemental weakness. No. No, not really. Okay, what am I going to bring then? What bow do I want? That's not fully upgraded. Fuck. What do I do? I'm ill prepared for this. I don't want to bring that, it's not fully upgraded. Do I just bring it anyway? How does it compare to the other stuff I've got? I'm not bringing Dragon Bow Chaos because I don't have the load up. It would be technically better for me to bring Courageous Dream than to bring the Gale Hornbow. So that's what I'm going to do, because it's the same damage, but this has a bit of fire damage tacked onto it. It's also rapid, and I will be able to get the fire damage, or rather the fire damage will be helpful for some of the monsters, so I may as well just bring Courageous Dream. Again, I do feel slightly ill-prepared for this hunt. I'm not using a terrible loadout, it just could be better than it is, considering the hunt, but... you know, give me a big Elder Dragon Jewel and I'll make that fucking Fatalis bow. I could get big Elder Dragon Jewels with ease, but I'm just not grinding for them right now. I've needed so many of them. I've used so many at this stage, but I need more of them. Fortunately, only one is required for that Fatalis bow, but still. Hello, Cedeus. What am I doing? Is it... it's probably a DLC quest, right? Yeah, DLC. Arena of Blood and Tears. Yeah. Baby Boom flocking to sleep. Give you Baby Boom. I do like this one. Expunge the Funk. Arena of Blood and Tears. What the hell do we get from this quest? It had better be something good. They actually had to say other. Look. Green Plesioth, Red Kezu, Emerald Kongalala, other. There is a mystery monster. And I've actually forgotten what it is. That's quite funny that they just write other like that. Genuinely makes me laugh. It's Terra Shogun Xanator. Unsurprisingly, they can't fit that name in. It's too long. There's too many monsters. Ugh. What a nasty quest. I should mention that stealth, by the way, is sneak. You are correct if you were assuming that. As a person who's unfamiliar with the skill names of 2nd gen. So these guys may as well be 3-manning. I'm just going to be hanging back with my stealth. I don't think it's that effective in this game anyway. Not from what I've been able to tell. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Ham. Enormous Ham. Now that's a cool name. I actually prefer Enormous Ham to Hamageddon. Hamageddon's just silly. Enormous Ham is genuinely funny. Because it's very straightforward. Right, we'll see how this quest goes. I've got no idea what to expect. It's not going to be a happy day. I know that. But it should be one at a time. Yeah, it's one at a time. This is going to be fine. I've got a green Plesioth in there. I just love the word enormous, P-Berry. Just that word. Enormous Ham. I've always considered enormous to be quite a funny adjective. Don't know what you're collecting. For a second I thought he was going to jump into the other side of the water. I was going to be very upset. Fuck off, man. Look at that reposition. Get a life. Get a life. Fucking Plesioth. Yes, this is the infamous hip check Plesioth, by the way. It's the Freedom Unite special. I think Freedom 2 and Freedom Unite were the 2 games where he had the stupid hip check. It was pretty normal for the other ones. Ow. Honestly, the tail was what fucks me up the most. Look at the damage on... Oh my god, I nearly got killed. Well, if it were going to happen, Deus, it would happen on camera. The instant green hip check. These monsters like to punish me. That's a sleep! I'm surprised I just witnessed a successful sleep in Freedom Unite. It's a fucking shocker. Who's got the bombs? Has anyone got the bombs? Yeah, Hussein's got bombs. I hope. Yeah. Oh, he's got a little one. Little baby. Come on, Tifa, do your Wyvern Fire. Oh, okay. Happy to do... Oh, he probably already had his Wyvern Fire. Seriously, a successful sleep in Freedom Unite with a team of 4 is rarer than winning the lottery, so... Very happy to see that, and to not only witness it myself, but to showcase it to you as well. Quite nice. Hello, recital mode. That was a spectacular argument you had with that person some days ago. It was both cringeworthy and funny at the same time. Now, I guess our next monster is Red Kezu. How the hell does Red Kezu spawn in here? Where is he going to come from? Is he going to fly down? Is he going to swim out of the water? I don't know. We'll find out. That we shall. Sadly, I'm not going to be elementally effective because it's Red Kezu. He's going to spawn in a further cave and then jump into the arena. I'd like to witness that. Here we go. Is it that cave? Which cave is it? Oh, yeah, it's over there. Okay. Excellent. Look at him go. Holy shit! Oh my god. That was the leap of all time. It is the time of times. The moment when the Kezu makes the giant leap of faith across the water. He basically floated here. That was extraordinary. Can't believe what I just saw. Yeah, that was literally a blind leap of faith because he can't see. How does he know to jump over here? Maybe he can smell the moat. He can smell that there's a band of water and then further land ahead, so he just jumped for the land, you know? That's what he's doing. Oh, come on. You could see that I rolled away, anticipating what was going to happen, but his fucking expanding, flaccid penis head hit me anyway. It's like getting smacked by a wet fish, but it's actually a giant red penis. Alright. Yeah, it certainly is a mouthful. Just got a red rocket crammed into my fucking throat, which is just how I like it, as it so happens. I don't know where I'm going with this. Yeah, the damage is very high, but I have a distinct feeling that I haven't properly upgraded this armor set, so don't assume that that's typical damage. My defense is only 297. I can probably get it to around 350 if I were to fully upgrade this. That's a guess. But an educated one. Oh. Hussein is pinging for something. Again, it is a mystery. Uh-oh. Yeah, sometimes you can get caught by him when he's jumping over you, but... Oh, another sleep. Sadly, Tifa interrupted it, but again, it's just... The only way that you can notice that it's coming is the immediate change in animation. Whatever the monster was doing, he snaps out of that and begins the sleep animation. That's your indication that he is sleeping. But if you're in the middle of a combo, like literally you see it happening, but then you can't react fast enough for it, it's much easier if you're solo, but if you're with a group, god, it's hard for everyone to notice it at the same time. It's usually not an issue for me because it's quite deeply ingrained in my psyche to stop attacking when I see a sudden animation change in the monster. But some people aren't paying attention, and yeah. It's very difficult to get a successful sleep with 4 people in Freedom Unite. It's just because prior to 3rd generation, the window in which you can actually hit the monster during the sleep is way smaller. It's heavily expanded 3rd gen and beyond. Yep. Great. There's a sleep meat on the ground. You hungry, Kezu? Maybe that's why he's in this state. Maybe he had a sleep meat. He shall be taken to the next arena confrontation now. Yeah, the button mashing also. Oh god. Monkey jump. Oh! This is great. I love this quest. You can watch monsters just essentially float to the arena. Glide, I think is the better word. I don't think this monster is particularly weak to fire. Ice is the primary weakness of Emerald Congalala. He may have a secondary or tertiary weakness of fire, but it's definitely not the primary. Again, better to bring this than my unupgraded Diablo's bow anyway. Well, it's upgraded, it's not fully upgraded. I should stress. An unupgraded Diablo's bow is like, what, rarity 6? Maybe even lower than that. I don't know if it starts at high rank. It might actually start at low rank. I think Ice Cream ended up taking that attack for me, but only on my screen, not on his screen. So that worked rather nicely. You can see that I'm only barely avoiding these, like the dung flinging attack. Imagine fighting a monster that's actually throwing its excrement at you and farting on your face. I truly hate this monster. That fart, by the way, really hurts. There's a lot of signaling going on. I don't know if people are begging for deodorant or what's going on. Maybe life powders. You, again, are forced to go based on the situation as it's unfolding to interpret the signals. Hussein was just flung into the air by the sheer force of the Emerald Congalala passing wind. You never know, maybe he'll eat a sleep meat. He won't. Spoiler warning. Oh, God, fucking camera. And he's dead, and we didn't ruin his haircut. We were nice enough to keep his haircut intact. It's his lucky day. You died in style, Emerald Congalala. He doesn't have a mushroom, though. That's why he was so upset. He didn't have his mushroom, he's in search of a mushroom. He was calculatedly deprived his mushroom, or deprived of his mushroom, so that he could be more aggressive to hunters. This feels good. Oh, something... What? Why is there a shadow here? Is that the shadow of the monster? Am I only just now noticing this? That monsters, when they die, have a shadow like this? What? Why is this here? I must be having one of those moments where it's always like this, but I'm somehow seeing it now for the first time. Yeah, that's the monster's shadow that exists naturally. And there's Terra Shogun's Yanison. I don't have any coatings for you, but whatever. I'm gonna drop a trap here. Seems like an... Oh god, unless we get him digging out of the ground on the trap, which will destroy it, obviously. Let's not stand by the bombs, please. Not when he's digging in the ground. I was placing my trap before he was doing that, you see it. Oh. Alright, come on. I think Tifa's going for the Wyvern Fire. Maybe. No, he's going for the fucking Kamikaze. Or Kamikaze, rather. Oh, for God's sake, my fucking character position. Trying to get out of the way of that. Barely worked. Very nasty range there. That was a little scary that he only very slowly swept that in my direction. I could have very easily ended up getting hit despite having dived the attack. Because it moved so slowly. Oh, there's another sleep. 2 successful sleeps. Nice work. Does Tifa have a wyvern fire? Can we do anything with this? He does have a wyvern fire. He had to think about it for a moment. He's like, oh wait, I do have a wyvern fire. Well, that was good. I don't know what he's signaling for. I'm probably just going to stop saying that. I think it's very clear that I don't know what they're signaling for most of the time. So I'm going to stop saying that I don't know. I don't think it's worth actually sitting or standing by this trap at this point. I'm the only one who can hit this monster right now, so I may as well try. Oh god, leave me alone. I suppose, Terra Shogun just had to answer nature's call. He's aggressively urinating from the ceiling. We caught him at an awkward time. When you've got to go, you've got to go, as they say. Yeah, I knew I was going to get hit by that. Am I about to get urinated on to death? I think so. This is a dangerous place to be. Stop her. You really have basically emptied out countless liters of urine. I think it's time to stop. Whatever pressure had built up prior to you getting on the ceiling and doing this, most of that surely has been alleviated, so please come back down. Oh my god. Who's got the patience for this? Thank you. Fucking hell. That was just totally unnecessary and achieved nothing. I mean, it hit me a little bit, but you can see that all he did was prolong the inevitable. He stalled his death. But he just came back down anyway, so what's the point? Would have been nice to have killed him on the ceiling. But I was too busy getting pissed on. Oops. I pushed my green screen a bit there. Apparently it's still okay. Alright, that's good. Sorry, bumped my boom stand there. I may carve. I don't remember if it's mega potions, but if it is, I do need them. I don't need them, but I can certainly get some. I have space for mega potions, that's how we will phrase it. Quest completed. There does not seem to be a special reward from this quest, so really if you're doing this, you're doing it for fun, not for a weapon or anything like that. Arena of Blood and Tears. It really wasn't too bad. The tears were from laughing at the monsters jumping to the arena from the cave that they spawn in. There were no tears shed relating to pain or suffering or sorrow or anything like that. Overall, pretty good hunt. Nothing to complain about. Who have we got again? Two walls, dark wings. What dark wings? Are you referring to the claws as wings? Because they're not. That doesn't even make sense metaphorically. Whatever. I've been given longsword as the weapon of choice. That's fine, I can live with that. Thunder Longsword. That is a little bit boring, isn't it? I could actually just bring something different. Wailing Cleaver Shin. It's so boring to use that longsword that I'm actually going to use the Pirate J sword instead. Which is considerably weaker than the Copper Blangonga longsword, but this is such a cool looking longsword that I don't care. Check it out. Pirate J longsword, everyone. Incidentally, one of my favourite longsword designs in the series, but quite sadly, it's shit, comparatively speaking. I'm using it because we've got a full team that is pretty capable, pretty capable of dispatching these Cyanators quickly. So I'm going to basically bring a weak weapon, just for fun. Apparently, Ice Cream is done for now. He's not going to join us for this hunt. Sadly. Where is 2 Shogun Senator? Is that a DLC quest? It is. Okay. I was going to say, because I don't recall there being a double Shogun Senator quest, so it must actually be this. 2 Walls, Dark Winds. They must be in the arena at the same time, which sucks. I'm not happy with that at all. 1464 damage, courtesy of Stellar Hunter, makes this a slightly less shit longsword, to be honest. But one could argue that if I used the Copper Blangonga longsword with this loadout, I'd probably be, you know, sitting around 1600 damage. Drews entered the room. He literally invited himself. He didn't ask to join, he just took it upon himself to take the opportunity as it came to join the room. I don't know what he's using, but whatever. Oh, it seems that Hussein basically invited him. Hussein is changing weapons, apparently. I don't know what Drews is doing. I don't know if he's actually going to go ahead with his high-rank armor set. Is he using it for any good reason? No, he's not. There's nothing about that set that is being used... Okay, let me rephrase this. There's nothing skills-wise about that set which would warrant the use of a high-rank armor set in G-rank hunts. You can get those exact skills with G-rank armor sets, so... yeah. I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. What is going on? Now Sarisa is... sniping. Forgot who Sarisa is. Let's find out. Oh, don't tell me... no, what's going on? This is just dysfunctional. Drews... okay. It looks like Drews was not invited. Hussein explained to Sergio... this is ridiculous. So yeah, Drews is honestly not welcome. He may have readied up, but quite frankly, he's using a high rank set. He's invited himself. I didn't really follow the conversation, but it is quite clear that he was not being referred to here. I guess he just read slot available, said where, not realizing that he could actually, like an adult, actually he's probably not an adult, work out where it is himself, and he did work that out, but at the end of the day, he did invite himself when someone else was actually being... oh, fuck it, I'm just gonna kick him, I don't care. Never mind, he has read. Yeah. That's alright, he misunderstood, he didn't realize that Hussein was actually speaking to Sergio's. This should be followed by a prompt departure from the room, not you standing here continuing to ready up and type in the chat. Come on. Out you go. Anyway, it's good to have Sergios and Hussein in the room because they are people who take the game very seriously, or at least, I suppose Hussein hasn't been taking it very seriously because it's not like a serious run, but they play quite aggressively. Well, not aggressively, how do I phrase it? They play with a discipline that is not shared by most people in this community, myself included. I see, I'll kindly go fuck myself then. Relax, you misunderstood the situation, which isn't your fault, but at the end of the day someone was invited and that person wasn't you. So you can sit there and say, I'll kindly go fuck myself then, etc, etc. But the reality is that the slot was not for you, so relax. Recital mode, I don't especially care about that side of you on Discord. Everything you type in Discord is deleted anyway. I've only ever seen you as almost a living meme that, for reasons that I've never been able to understand, deletes everything they say when they type. I've been watching you do this for like 4 years now, and I haven't been able to get much of a read on your personality, so I'm not really worried about anything I might see on Discord relating to your arguments. What I do know is that as a deputy I was called to break up the argument, but it didn't last long enough for that to be necessary, and yeah, it is what it is. Don't know where Sergios is. Oh, he's on his way. Tifa is currently boxing with no one, which is a little lonely to witness, but fine. Maybe he wants a sparring partner. LOL, says Ethan in the chat. Okay. Is that you actually laughing out loud, or just typing to let me know that you're here? I don't know why Hussein's using the Dia Sorte bow. It's a weird choice for this particular quest. It's a great bow, but again, I wouldn't say it's that viable here. Ethan says the go fuck myself guy had him rolling, which is fair enough. Well, he's being very dramatic. I guess I'll go fuck myself then. That's not the sentiment. The reality is someone was invited and you weren't that person, so just leave. That's what it comes down to. Sergios is taking his sweet time. He doesn't realize that there's a live stream that's on hold while we wait for him to come, but anyway. That is the Ethan. Ghastly tile. He only makes rare appearances, you say. Are you at work, Ethan? When are you coming home? We need to hang, as they say. We've been meaning to, but it just hasn't happened. Our schedules, despite the fact that you're working night shifts again, are just not aligning. And it is not helped by the fact that there have been daylight savings time shifts. It's only made things worse. So yeah. What's Sergio's doing? Just gonna make sure that he's not actually in the room and invisible. No, he's not in the room. I believe he's coming. It would be extraordinarily awkward if he were not coming, because we literally asked a guy to leave for him to come. So, I don't know if he's just taking forever, but this is not the sort of quest that requires that kind of preparation. What the what do you mean? We fucking kicked someone for him, practically. I'm quite sure that he expressed an intention to join, didn't he? Koth said Hussein doesn't like strangers, he doesn't even like the people he likes. Anyway. Yeah, OMW from Sergio's. On your way? This was 10 minutes ago, man. What's going on? Fuck me. Tifa says he doesn't think Sergio's is coming, but he's expressed a desire to come, so... And he hasn't gone back on that. Basically, my only option is to just sit here and fucking wait till he comes, eventually. Tempted to just do this hunt, and then by the time we finish the hunt, maybe he'll finally be ready to join. What is going on? Recital mode in the Twitch chat is saying go. They can wait. Well, the only reason why I don't want to do that is because we asked someone to leave so this guy could join. That fourth person we asked to leave could have done this hunt with us, but... I mean, this is the sequence of events. Hussein invites Sergio's. Sergio says, on my way. Unfortunately, a different guy takes his slot. We ask that guy to leave because he wasn't the one who was invited. And then we sit here with Sergio's not joining. So why the fuck did I ask this guy to leave when Sergio's is not coming? This is stupid. Yeah, he is busy fucking himself now. He may not be able to come. I'm tempted to just ask him to join because Sergio's is fucking us around. Now, if something important happened, like, I don't know, he slipped and fell on his erection, maybe that's cause for him to be unable to come and play, but... Seriously. I'm just gonna ask if Drew is available to hunt. He may not like being messed around in this way, but we're getting fucking messed around by Sergio, so... You did, okay. And you right, I should relax more. All good, man. It's fine. I get it, it's frustrating. When you think you've got a group to play with and then you just don't. It's understandable. I'm less inclined to use this longsword now that we're 3-manning, because again, if I were to use the Copper Blangonga longsword, that would be almost incomparably better. But... Hold on. Anyway. It's just annoying, like, it's a waste of our time when something like that happens. It's a waste of everyone's time. I don't think we're going to be able to avoid that other one. We can try. He seems to not have noticed us yet. By the way, the reason why I'm using Raw Longsword is because I don't want to use the Wailing Cleaver Shin. It's such a boring weapon. Truly boring. If we keep the confrontation over here, we may be able to avoid fighting that second one. Oh, stop your stupid hugging attack. That's what I call that. It's the hugging attack. It's the... Come on, give me a big hug. That's what it's like. I don't think it looks bad if I ask Drew again. You know, circumstances changed. We did have someone who had been invited and had expressed a willingness to join, and then he never fucking turned up, so asking Drew to join in those circumstances was fine. You know, how I phrased it was, did you find another group? Which means, if you've got a group, that's fine, you can keep hunting with them, but if you don't, then you're welcome back. You're welcome to return. Because the guy flaked on us. Oh my god, are we not going to keep with a consistent target? I understand why we wouldn't, because I guess we can't hit that other one, but... Yeah, I suppose we should take this opportunity while it's here. I do think that water beam will damage the other Cyanotaur, by the way. Oh, he just now... I can't, oh, for fuck's sake. Keep track of what's going on, man! Are you crazy? What an absolute... I don't even know what to say in response to that. I came and it was full. That's almost like... You could actually commission a study on that. Like a psychological evaluation. That's just extraordinary. I came and it was full. Unbelievable. It's like the guy's never played on Hunsterverse. Imagine being invited to join a room, you attempt to join and it's full, and you just immediately disappear. You're just like, oh, well, I guess I can't play. You make inquiries, don't you? You check to see what's going on. Who's joined in place of me? You fucking work out what's happened. You don't just sit there and go, oh, I guess I can't play. If you were to approach things like that, you'd never be able to play in Hunsterverse. People snipe your fucking place all the time. I know who Sergios is. Recital mode. I'm not stupid. I've hunted with him many times before. But he's currently expressing an almost incomprehensible level of... I'm not even going to say it. Anyway, it's just fucking hell. can't believe it. The room was full. Sure was, mate. Alright, let's get back into the hunt. Hussein is about to die a second time. Sergios is Sarissa? Screams Cedeus in the chat. Anyway. Hunsterverse moments, yeah. You know what Hunsterverse moment means? Totally stupid moment that makes no sense and that shouldn't have possibly happened, but it did because the people who play on Hunsterverse are really a special kind of breed. Ow! Alright, what's going on? Again, I will keep attacking the one that is paintballed whenever the opportunity to do so arises. But if he is on the ceiling, then it's not really worth standing around waiting to hit him, is it? Case in point. Oh, and he's back down. The hunt hasn't been great so far, and I've also been very much distracted. I'm currently imagining a life of playing on Hunsterverse where as soon as the room that you've agreed to join is full, you just give up. I don't think it would be possible to actually function. I don't think you could play online if you did that. I genuinely can't imagine how that would be possible because getting your room sniped is just a way of life. It's sort of like... I don't know. How do I describe it? What analogy can I possibly conceive of to really illustrate how fucking illogical that is? It's like... I don't know. I can't even think... Yeah, I can't think of an analogy that would be appropriate. It's like just giving up on everything when something doesn't go your way very briefly and in a non-permanent way. It's just, you know, work out what's happened and then there'll be a quick resolution. But instead it's just like, I'm just gonna give up. It's bizarre. Anyway, one of the Cianators is dead. I may as well carve in the meantime because this guy's just urinating, so... May as well take the opportunity. Wow. That's a... It's quite a vituperative statement from Cedeus in the chat. Rest in your own piss, you fucking crab. Wow. What did the crab do to you? That's the question. I can't believe it. I don't think I've seen such a hate-filled statement expressed to a crab before by any person. Oh, that's actually really satisfying. You see, Deus says they are always unfun to hunt. It's quite an understatement. You seem to really hate them. Like, really hate them. I think unfun might be only scratching the surface of your displeasure. After a remark like that, I almost imagine that you're sitting around with little Cianator voodoo dolls, you know. Oh, I better pay closer attention to my health. We are actually one death away from failure, it is worth mentioning. We need to be careful. I almost want to say this quest would have been over if I had brought the Copper Blangonga longsword, but I'm here for the fashion, not for the function, apparently. Yes, Ethan. What do you want from me? It's a little scary when you just say my name like that. What's the name of that camel-type animal? It's not a camel, though. A camel-type animal that's not a camel. What? This must be in reference to a previous discussion we've had, and I'm not coming up with anything. It's not a llama. You mean an alpaca? But I think that's just an alternative way to refer to a llama. No, actually, alpacas are slightly different, aren't they? Maybe not. Look, that's a grey area, but I can't think of anything that's camel-like that's not a llama or an alpaca. That's alpaca dick in your ass. That is not even close to being funny. In fact, the vague smile on my face is one of disappointment rather than genuinely finding that funny. But that's, you know, go for it, man. Alpaca dick in your ass. That's... Don't know, man. I hope that was the highlight of your day. That was the low point of mine. Quest completed. I'm glad we succeeded. We could have failed. That was definitely on the cards, but it didn't happen. It didn't turn out that way. Ethan says, I heard it on a video and couldn't help myself. Okay. It's not even that clever. That's what I find so striking about that. It's not that clever. Who's this person? Shilv. Closed bracket. Nice loadout though. I am running low on mega potions. How am I going for honey? Not too bad, so that's quite alright. I will obviously, for ease of combination, do a speed up combination, but I'll do that once I leave the room. Are we continuing? Is that happening? I'll double check. I sort of want to do the Megamind face, where he's like looking at the camera. In chat, that is to say, not in real life, that wouldn't be necessary. Hussein's happy to hunt. I'm just touching base with them because we did wait for a while for Sergio's to join and he never was going to. So, this was the extent to our exchange. I came and it was full. I said in response, we immediately addressed that. Sniping happens all the time. Silence. He's gone back to soloing monsters on his PSP, I guess. Or playing on X-Link Kai. Actually, no, that's not him, that's Kenta. Anyway, the point is that that was just fucking... Like, I was almost floored by how stupid that was. Anyway, random hunt. I'm assuming Tifa's still hunting. This other guy who's joined, I guess he's welcome to hunt if he would like to, but... Saddam Tifa. Here we go. You guys can't see. Oh, fucking... Oh, God. Let's do Magazine Tigrex. Fine. It's not going to end in a successful hunt, but we can do it, I guess, unless we want to re-roll. I've been given Hammer to fight Magazine Tigrex. I'm not excited about that at all. I will bring high-grade earplugs, and I will bring Magnitude. What is my Thunder Hammer again? It's Kezu. It's a good hammer. but I think magnitude is going to be a little better. Maybe with Magazine Tigrex being put on the board, Sergios will, you know, raise his head and go, he'll sniff the air and go, I smell a challenge, and come and join our room. Dunno. Hello? Come to think of it, he's right. I think he did successfully join the room, so why did you say that it was full? And why did you leave? Well, maybe he didn't join, maybe that's a false memory. I feel like he made it in, but maybe he didn't. I don't know. But you see, this isn't a response to what I said. This is not an acknowledgement of what I said, and this does not follow that line of logic. He just made a statement which I said, we immediately addressed the fact that the room was full, and his response to that is, yes, I did leave. Okay. He can come and play if he wants, but he can't at this stage because it's full and I'm not asking someone to leave for him again. It's not happening. So, Magazine Tigrex, let's go. That's a different magazine, huh? Tyranny of Tigrex. Oh no, that was some breathtaking stupidity, what I witnessed there. Again, if it were a case where he suddenly had to be pulled away from playing, that would be entirely different. And that's really what I was expecting, but it turns out no, it was literally the fact that the room was full, which led him to suddenly disappear. Instantly. Without making any assessment of the situation at all. I did intend to disconnect and then speed toggle this combination process here, but I'll let you guys listen to the sound of combining instead. I'll combine all the potions that I've got here, and then I'll buy some more, and then we will depart. It looks like Thanos, the Waste of Space, has returned. The drain on the community is back. And fortunately, he doesn't have anyone to hunt with at this stage. Gives me great pleasure to see that. Hold on. Mega potions, there we go. I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? It's Psychoserums, but I don't need them, so we'll be fine. I don't know how Shilv is going to fare. That's a good weapon for him to be using. And again, good loadout, so overall, pretty happy with what we've got here. Oh yeah, I never did do friendship points at any time. Now that I think about it. Okay. You won't disconnect if you speed up in hall, but I can record this and send it to Zach to get you banned. How tempting. I'm getting gently flinched by tail movements now. Just gonna do a golf swing on the legs there. Alright. I may as well, see now, those two strategies do not gel. Dropping a trap and throwing a flash bomb, they are two opposite strategies. I'm going to get hit by that. Oh no, I didn't get hit by that, shockingly. How the fuck did I miss the head? This is just so annoying. I hate it when that kind of crap happens. Why is it that no one is... Oh, you guys want to do that? I don't even know this strategy, but apparently this is a thing that people do with Magazine Tigrex. I don't know. Oh, I understand. Is that... What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, we try to get him into the wall, I see. I assume that's what it was, but I was unsure as to why they were standing up there and then stopped standing up there. Is that the strategy? I don't know. I mean, obviously he put meat up there for fun, but... Unfortunately, my health is being... decreased at quite a rate. Get out of there, get out of there! Ugh. I don't know who's hosting the monster, but it's not looking good right now. I tried to get out of there, but couldn't. Apparently, Hussein gets pissed off when people flash. I'm sorry if I upswing anyone there. I'm not going to go in for the head there, that's too dangerous. Okay, should be going in the wall. Here we go. I'm not going to go to the trouble of aiming for the head there, but I will get a golf swing at least. Oh my god, here we go. So yeah, using the wall apparently is your ideal strategy with Magazine Tigrex. Entirely makes sense. I may be lucky enough to... There you go, there's the KO. Again, I was very happy with... Okay, now that is fucking stupid. That whoever decided that that was a good idea to attack the tail during the KO, that was a blowout. That was a bad fucking strategy. Because what you've done is you've reduced the length of time that we had for the KO. Why would you do that? I mean, that's instinctive. You should know that there's a risk involved with attacking the tail under those circumstances, so I don't know who did that. That was just ridiculous. You know, the benefit of having a shorter tail on the monster is not outweighing the fact that we just lost part of our opportunity there. I spun out. I don't know why the game refused to accept my button input, but... Yeah. Hussein is sadly turning this into a joke. He's not taking this seriously. He obviously has a certain strategy in his head as for how to fight Magazine Tigrex, and they don't want to take it seriously. Oh shit. That's awkward timing. I did not... Whatever. Should be able to get... Well, I could have maybe gotten another one, but... Well, letting randoms join your quest is perfectly acceptable. It's just this is the sort of quest where we don't have room for failure. Random has died, though. But yeah, it is true that having random people join your quest is generally fine. It's just not when you're hunting a monster like Magazine Tigrex. Am I going to get caught there? I may have gotten caught. Let's see if I can get a golf swing in time. Can I? I did, and I'm going to assume the damage was dealt. Partially wishful thinking, but it's also likely, so... It is what it is. I'm not going to do a... or even attempt to do a super pound during the run. I'm not that aggressive. Well, I would have been terribly punished had I attempted that. That was one of the worst flash bombs I've ever seen. It's like his finger slipped. I don't know what's going on. Are we going to use that wall again? If we want to advance that strategy, I'll leave that up to Hussein, but for now it looks like we're not going to do that. Here we go. Fuck. I don't think that made contact. I did see blood, but I think that was from the previous impacts. There's a flash. Would have preferred that with purple sharpness, but whatever. Ugh. Please stand still. Stand still, you fuck. I ran out of stamina. Shit. Fucking flash bombs. You can see Hussein isn't even attacking the monster. He doesn't want to attack the monster. It's like a form of protest, apparently. I don't know why he's doing that. Why does he not want to attack the monster? Why does it matter? Just fucking fight the thing. Kill it. Why are you both doing this? Just play the game. Who cares if it's not the strategy you want, or if you don't want to deal damage with flash bombs? You know, grow the fuck up. It's not a... We're not filming a speed run or something like that. Just play the game. Fuck. Such bad attitude. He doesn't have strict principles. He's being a moron. I have strict principles. I don't attack magazine Tigrex while it's under the effects of a flash bomb. It's stupid. Like, come on. He can play solo if he's that concerned about it. Anyway. They don't have to worry about getting hit. If the monster's flash bombed, there isn't really a risk of getting chain hit. I guess it's sort of there, but anyway. Rough night on Hunsterverse. Well, that's almost redundant. If it's nighttime and it's on Hunsterverse, generally it's going to be rough. Anyway. Yeah, magazine Tigrex really isn't so bad because you can use the wall. With that taken into consideration, it's a fairly easy hunt as long as you're playing carefully and you're not just going to dive in there. I don't know if we're going to keep hunting with this random guy, but... whatever. Oh, sorry, I probably should have kept that up. We've got strong sword, strong shield. Why are we getting so many crabs? This is really boring. Ugh. As we've established, I have plenty of Tigrex mantles. I get them every time. Without fail. Alright. My hair is being slightly uncooperative. Slightly. It's like it's got a colour streak through it. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. It can do whatever it needs to do. Wow. Tifo is saying he's going to gift me another 10 subs. Well, that'd be nice. But yes, he was the one who gave me 10 gift subs before, and that was very much appreciated, obviously. See, Deus is describing, and Ethan gets the point, the use of the word freak with that guy who was throwing flash bombs and dropping traps. I mean, really, let's take it easy. Let's put this into context. Let's not get all wound up. Throwing flash bombs and dropping traps in a hunt is not freakish. It's not unreasonable. There's nothing wrong with that at all. He was not throwing flash bombs excessively. He was just throwing them every now and again. He did throw one very poorly, I did witness that, but nothing about how he played there was bad. He's just not employing the strict strategy that Hussein and Tifa are employing. You know, they're used to doing a very specific strategy with this specific monster. I mean, it's a casual hunt. There's a random involved who's not... And I'm not even employing any specific strategy. I was standing around going, oh, we're using the wall? Okay, we might use the wall then. You know, we're just playing. We're having fun. It's their choice to do what they're doing, but for you to describe that as him being a freak... But anyway. I think that's an extraordinary overreaction. calling him a freak for doing that. I was given dual blades. I really don't want to be using dual blades again up against crabs. That's bordering upon repetitious, but... well, it is repetitious. And whether I like it or not, that's what I've been selected, and I'm willing to go along with that. What crabs were they? It is Daimyo Hermitor Shogun Senator, so fairly boring, actually. Divine Power Saws again. Unless no, I don't want to use the final battle axe either. I've used both. May as well just be elementally appropriate. Actually, I think I would prefer to use my sharpness set. Well, it seems that... well, what's happening here? Has Hussein unceremoniously... oh, I see. I see what's going on. When he said this, that must have been his way of saying goodbye, which is not clear at all. He then, at Sergios, changes his lobby to B, and then he's going to hunt with Sergios, who must still be teaching himself how to hunt on Hunsterverse. I'm sure he'll work that out one day. But, yeah, that is a rather strange way to stop hunting in this room that you've been hunting in for a while, but fine. We'll see if Tifa's still going. I'm not too fussed one way or the other. If they're both done, I'll probably finish up as well, to be honest. I've had a good enough run. Oh, are you Tifa? I don't know who you are, C. Deus Regalia. If you said who you are, who are you? Just tell me who you are, I don't know who you are. You can't be Tifa, who are you? Are you Sergios? I don't know who you are because you have a different name to the one that I know. Anyway. You main hammer. What? You main hammer. I don't know hammer mains. Do you know anyone else than that one hammer guy? No, actually, I'm drawing blanks. I do not know any hammer mains off the top of my head. Seriously. Do not know any. If you told me who you were, I'd be able to say, oh yeah, fair enough. You main hammer. I recognize that. But when I think of hammer mains on Hunsterverse, no one comes to... Oh, Florin? If you're Florin, then... that's the only one that comes to mind. If you're Florin, okay, you are. Okay. Well, I don't think you said who you were. But, anyway. Well, I'm glad you're not someone else. That makes sense, okay. Anyway. Tifa says that he's done too. I don't think I'm going to continue, to be honest. I've had a good session this time around. My intention was to actually tack this onto the previous recording that I did, and this ended up being 2 hours on its own. So, we'll see how I choose to approach that. I think I'll incorporate some of that into the same VOD, we'll see. But overall, I'd say that was successful. Could have been a whole lot worse. Ethan described that as a tough night on Hunsterverse, or however he phrased that, but quite frankly, that was about as good as it gets, and I'm personally happy with it. But yeah, I thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time I'm playing Monster Hunter or anything else you'd like to watch. And I will bid you all farewell. Bye-bye.